You never slow down, you never grow old. Tired of screwing up, tired of going down. Tired of myself, I'm tired of this town. This town.
That's Rockstar in the Lounge today, brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. Father's Day this weekend, one last chance to jump in there and get a big savings.
Yeah, look, Dad's going to love the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order Dad that special gift online 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit Shopping Centers and tell Stuart and Casey the Next Round sent you.
What made you mash those up at the end?
I don't know. I've done it before because it's kind of sort of the same chord progression that I just did it one day. And
Yeah, I get songs in my head where I mash them up at the end.
Really?
Yeah, like
It's interesting.
obviously in a different light. I don't know if, but I mean, I guess you feel that same thing.
yeah, it's just you just throw it. It has no relevance to the song or the situation. I'm just going to sing Tom Petty.
Yes.
Tonight, Odie's, you guys are going to be out there. If you've never seen Rockstar live, I'm telling you, it's a different experience. You hear him live here, but up on stage in an atmosphere like that, you're going to love it.
All right, College World Series starting now out in Omaha. TCU and Oral Roberts first. Florida, the first SEC team in action tonight at 6. Both on ESPN tomorrow. Wake Forest in Stanford, then LSU and Tennessee in prime time in a battle of two SEC teams. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
I hate being sick.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So much great stuff to talk to you about this week. We're looking forward to it. That includes the U.S. Open, which brought a lot of drama with it and just a great Father's Day gift every year. We'll get to that. Some news not as great. The Bob Huggins story coming up. The World Series in Omaha. The Braves are on a heater right now. A ton of NFL and college football news to get to. Brownie on vacation all week. That's Lance Taylor, decked out in one of our new, I don't know if it's available in the store yet or not, but new rash guards, right?
Yeah, I like wearing rash guards. A lot of people, if you're looking to protect yourself from the sun, if you're going to be out at the pool all day. But I saw little T and Kelsey wearing these last week just as casual shirts.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to ask, because they both wore them up here on Friday as just the casual wear, and I didn't know if you could sport the rash guard around town, so I could wear the rash guard in public, not just poolside.
Absolutely. I mean, think about if you're doing anything outside, I mean, it's going to give complete protection.
Yeah, SPF 50, I believe.
I don't know what the
shirt.
SPF is.
I checked it out. Rockstar.
But I wore it on Saturday at the pool.
Yeah, Rockstar and Tyler back there. So is Forrester and Lunsford today. Taylor Korn has everything on social media on this national holiday as we commemorate Juneteenth. Today, the commemoration of the end of slavery in 1865 in our country, a national holiday today. But as we do on several holidays in our work schedule, we're here talking sports with you today. So wherever you are today, traveling, maybe you're at work, maybe you're doing some work in the community, whatever you're doing, thanks for being along with us live on this Monday. Let's start with the biggest story in college athletics. And that's Bob Huggins resigning over the weekend after another DUI arrest, this one coming in Pittsburgh. We all remember the video from 2004 and his DUI arrest when he was the head coach at Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think you could see part of his dinner on his side mirror, right?
This was a very embarrassing dash cam video that came out back in 2004, and that inevitably led to him losing his job at Cincinnati in 2005 because he was uber successful at Cincinnati. And he was successful when he went to Kansas State, and you can't say that he wasn't successful at West Virginia either. 935 total wins in his career and 2 Final Fours. This guy can coach basketball, and from all accounts, one of the nicest giving individuals that you can meet, but he's got a little something he battles in his life, and that's alcohol.
Well, I mean, that's the way it seems. I don't know his day in, day out, but when you look back at, as you mentioned, the original DUI that he got in 2004, and then you see, based on the phone call that he had with that Cincinnati radio station and the anti-gay slur, I thought he was done for in that because he doubled down. When you actually heard the conversation, it's something that probably cancels 99% of our society now. He was able to survive that. He's a Morgantown native. He played at West Virginia. He's been there 16 years. He took $1 million pay cut, and when the news broke on Friday, you knew that either their hand was going to be forced or he was going to resign.
Too much, too quick. Right?
It really was.
Too much baggage stacked up too quick. But this becomes a bigger story because Jeff Goodman and the folks who run the Field of 68 podcast, they threw a short list of candidates out, and number one on the list was Andy Kennedy. Andy Kennedy was on the short list. No word yet if Andy's interested, if he'll interview, any of that stuff. I don't know how quick they'll go in the process. They've got a respected assistant, Ron Everhart, who's on that staff, who's on the short list, and so is a former Huggins assistant, Jared Calhoun, who is at Youngstown State. But I'm telling you, they're like brothers or cousins. I don't know if Huggy was a father figure to Andy, more of a friend. These guys were good friends. Andy Kennedy was the first person on social media on several different accounts throughout his career defending Bob Huggins. So I don't want to lose Andy here at UAB. He's doing a wonderful job there and he's built a great team again in the portal as they move to the American. But you can understand why if you're West Virginia and if you're Bob Huggins, who you would want somebody to take over your program, Andy Kennedy would fit in nicely.
Well, you look back at his Ole Miss days, and I think Ole Miss fans now are like, man, he did a pretty damn good job based on where our program is. Now, Chris Beard, different animal. I fully expect Beard to have a lot of success there, but when you look back in retrospect, Andy had success based on what the Ole Miss job is. And then you look at him coming back to his alma mater, 22 wins to 27 wins to 29 wins. They've gotten better each and every year. If you're Andy Kennedy and you're offered this job, it's going to be really difficult to turn down.
Because they pay millions, not just $1 million, they pay millions of dollars.
Before Bob Huggins took his pay cut, $1 million pay cut, he was making $4.2 million. And I would just assume immediately off the bat, Andy gets 2.5 or 3, or whoever gets this job is probably right at 2.5 or $3 million.
Especially if they're coming in, and you wonder how much. I mean, Huggins, it's his school. He's a West Virginia guy, and he's recruited all these guys from the portal. They have easily a top 25 team at West Virginia this year. But the guys who are on the roster right now, they've got 30 days to enter the portal by rule because of the coaching change. So they've got now a 30-day window that they can leave West Virginia. And I see you guys saying they will name an interim coach for the season, and that is the way you usually go at this point.
It's late in the game.
Yeah, usually go interim coach unless you can get a hand-picked guy to take over. And Andy Kennedy could be that guy. Jared Calhoun could be that guy. Or if you just want to go ahead and promote up the assistant, somebody to keep that roster together and somebody that has sort of the Huggins philosophy to running a basketball program.
Yeah, and, the win-win might be if Andy's able to stay 1 year, they keep an interim guy, and then Andy gets the opportunity to maybe go to West Virginia after this season.
Yeah. I just, I understand waiting, doing an interim this year. But my interest, if I'm Andy Kennedy, would only be right now with this roster. I would not want to take over after an interim year when this roster has fallen apart. You know what I mean? I lose a little my desire in that job.
Yeah, but
it's West Virginia in the Big 12, which has Kansas and and Houston when you start off, and then all these other programs that continue to chime in. And oh, by the way, are you gonna add UConn soon? Are you gonna add Gonzaga soon? I mean, how far down the pecking order do I go at West Virginia? I'm going to have to start a rebuild there in a conference that is tremendously tough.
Yeah, but still, West Virginia's got pretty good history. The interesting thing about Bob Huggins is he hadn't been to a Sweet 16 in 6 seasons. So it's been a while since he's had a lot of success there. It's been almost 15 years since he took them to a Final Four. I just didn't realize he had been at West Virginia for 16 years. So another example of how quickly time passes. Yeah. Because I remember that 1 year at Kansas State, and it just doesn't seem like that long ago.
And he turned that over to Frank Martin, right? Frank Martin was his assistant. Huggins left, and Martin took over at Kansas State, eventually to South Carolina, and now he's at UMass after getting South Carolina to a Final Four.
Where do you think you'd put Bob Huggins as far as active coaches that have yet to win a national championship?
He would have been number 1.
Really?
On my list.
See, I think I would have gone Mark Few.
Okay, Mark Few.
But I mean, we're talking about Huggins coming up on 1,000 wins.
Yeah, he was the winningest active coach. I mean, Huggins, Mark Few. I'd go Mark Few. You're right. They've been the number 1 seed overall and a number 1 seed several times. So you have to go in Mark Few and then Bob Huggins. It's so sad to see a guy who obviously loved coaching basketball. And yes, you guys are remembering the story. I said by all accounts. I did not say by Jim's account that Bob Huggins is a nice guy. I've really only had a couple interviews with him, and
he cussed you out, right?
And he cussed me out one time. But I was walking through his practice. If I was a coach, I may, if somebody busted into our studio today to, walk through our studio to grab something and walk out and didn't belong in there, wasn't part of the show, I may yell at them too from across the gym.
Didn't you crack back and mouth off at him?
I tried to, I think, and he shut me down.
Yeah.
And I was going to keep walking.
He looks like he'd be pretty intimidating, especially back in the day.
He was at the other end of the floor, and I was younger. I felt like I could have, at least got outside the building. But if you didn't remember the story, we were at the Conference USA basketball tournament that was being held on Cincinnati's campus. And I'd picked up my credential, and the sign pointed me through a door to get to the media workroom. Now, that door just happened to be the end of the basketball court where you walk through against the wall in the basketball court to the other door, and the workroom is on the other side. I didn't know Cincinnati had a closed practice going on. The people who were running it had didn't seem to have a problem sending me through that door. And I walked in the door, and I was about almost to the lane, to the rim at the other end of the floor. Huggins turns around and starts dog cussing me, telling me to get out of his gym, get out of the gym. It's closed practice. Get out of the gym. And I tried to tell him that, credential media, we're just going to the workroom. He would have nothing on it, more cuss words, get out of the gym. So I'm halfway to the door, right, of going to where I'm going to the media room. I'm halfway there. It's the same distance if I walk back to this door to go to that door.
Principal. He wasn't going to let you do it.
So I start taking 2 steps, and he was like, started walking towards me. What did I say? And get back out. I was like, just get back out. So I turned and walked back out. So Bob Huggins. But I always, thought he was a great coach.
No, I've always thought he's, he always looked sloppy. He was, before coaches really dressed down, which a lot do now. He was that guy that just didn't really care, always sweaty. But yeah, I mean, a heck of a coach. And, it's just a situation where he was given another opportunity, a second chance just months ago, and he completely blew it. And it's on him. When you've got this kind of money, I saw somebody over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room saying, why not a taxi? Why not a ride share?
Yeah.
It's just when you're at that level, you've already had a DUI. You're really, under the microscope right now, taking that $1 million pay cut. You got to stay out of any kind of negative news.
Yeah, I do not understand if you make the money that these guys make, how you don't always just have a driver.
Yeah, and I mean, he must have been, he was only, I say only double. He was double the legal limit in the state of Pennsylvania because he was pulled over in Pittsburgh, but he had already shredded his tire. They tried to get him to move the car to the side of the road. They saw that he was having trouble maneuvering the vehicle. So he must have been pretty messed up.
Yeah.
But, it sucks for him. He's 69, so he's pretty much done when it comes to coaching. His father was a basketball coach. That's all he's known. He seems like one of those guys that all he does is grind, and it's all basketball.
So Bob Huggins, and some nice words from Andy Kennedy, Frank Martin, and others who have been touched by Huggins. If you want to go chase those down on social media, we'll keep you updated on whether or not Huggy Bear is able to maybe get one of his guys the head coaching job there in Morgantown. A lot more to get to in this opening segment. We'll talk to Doug Bell of the PGA Tour, Birmingham guy, longtime Birmingham sportscaster. He's on the PGA Tour radio and on CBS Sports, covering golf and the PGA Tour for them. We'll talk to him in the next segment about what we saw this weekend at the U.S. Open and the very popular winner in Wyndham Clark. And I always confused when I saw Wyndham Clark in the leaderboard because I'm a Wyndham Rewards member for some hotel chain. So I get that email every day, Wyndham this, Wyndham that. So when Wyndham Clark started popping up in my sports feed, I was confused that was it an ad, a paid advertisement, or what. But Wyndham Clark is your U.S. Open champion. We will talk to Doug Bell in the next segment when he joins the show about that. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Way to Wellness. Very simply put, Way to Wellness can save your life. They've done that for me, helping me lose weight over the years, but more importantly, in the last 18 months, helping me control my blood pressure and cholesterol numbers. When you get to be my age, that is important. Maybe some of you are starting to deal with some rising blood pressure issues or cholesterol numbers in your 30s or 40s. Well, jump into Way to Wellness. Learn how you can eat better, eat differently, and control your appetite a little bit so you can have better numbers all the way around. And it helps you on the scale as well. Get more details. Planforme.com. Planforme.com is the website. That'll take you to Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team will take care of you. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There's no contract, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation as well. The website is planforme.com. Planforme.com. That is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. I got to hit on this first because this is the most confusing story that I think I've ever seen in recruiting. I don't understand this. I was telling somebody, a friend of mine whose daughter graduated high school the other day, and they were talking about how she was looking forward to college. She'd had fun in high school, but, not sure if she was still going to be friends with her high school friends anymore. She was ready to get away and get to a new group of friends.
Do you have more high school friends or college friends?
College friends.
So I think it's close, but I think I might have more high school.
I mean, I'm friends with some high school people still. I mentioned Rick Long in the show occasionally, Susan Allen. There are several people I'm still friends with, but on the regular, when I get to spend time with people, it's more college, but really more adult friends than any of my college or high school friends. Just because it seems like your circle shrinks as you when you get married and start to have kids.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And you got to have like things in common with other couples, little league, things like that.
You know what's fun about me? A fun fact. I went to college for 2 years before I got into radio. I do not have one person when I went to UAB that I would call a friend or even an acquaintance when I went to UAB for 2 years.
Yeah, I
Not
believe
one
that.
friend.
Well, we put you in the introvert category, though, don't we?
Well, I mean, like I literally went to class and went home. Like I didn't do any extracurricular stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Like if you would have been in a fraternity or if you would have lived on campus with somebody, but with you just commuting back and forth, I mean, that's nearly impossible.
Yeah, but I did not meet one person. Can't think if I went with one person I went to high school with that I'm still friends with, but he doesn't count. It's crazy. So no.
Yeah, so it really wasn't a college experience, was it?
No, heavens no.
Yeah, but you spend so much time at work.
Oh yeah.
You develop a lot of friendships through work or, your hobbies, right? Or sometimes your neighborhood, sometimes your church. The point is, your high school years, though, just because I don't have great friends from there, I have great memories from high school. There were some great times in high school. This recruit that is reclassifying, he flips from Florida to Ole Miss first, Austin Simmons, a 4-star quarterback. He's going to be on campus next month when they do the OTAs at Ole Miss, when they're in the off-season training program at Ole Miss in July. He's going to report on campus. He'll report as a 17-year-old, skipping his last 2 years of high school to jump to college. Now, it's not like he's missing any high school academics. As a homeschool person, his freshman year, he had completed all of his high school requirements with a 5.34 GPA.
How's that even possible?
Yeah, if it's a 4.0 is the size you can go, that's a lot of extra credit with mom.
You think he's out, tossing football into the tire and mom's just grinding away doing his work?
Or he's really smart and mom's giving him extra credit for going out and throwing passes through the tire. But 5.34 GPA.
Yeah, Forrester's right. I mean, that blows I've never even heard of over a 5.
Me either. But it's part of homeschooling. He's finished his freshman year. He's finished all of his high school. So last year he took 15 college credits as a sophomore. So he's almost basically through his freshman year of college.
I don't know why these kids don't want to slow down. I'm one of those kids getting done, and for financial reasons, I can understand this. But monetarily, if it's not a problem, why you don't take more time in college and enjoy that? You've only got so many of these years. You've only got high school for 4 years. You've only got college for however long you're there.
And I don't know about you guys. What I see most of all is people being held back a year, right? I mean, Lunsford, you see this. You call high school sports all the time. You see more parents in elementary or junior high school holding their kids back a year so that they can excel academically in high school and maybe get an offer to go play in college. You don't see a lot of people fast forwarding to get out early.
Well, and I feel like you see it in sports where physicality isn't quite as important. Like you've seen the occasional basketball player do it. I don't know if it happens a lot in baseball or softball or not, but I know pro works different in baseball. But I mean, football, you have to imagine a kid that young playing at the next level. We talk about the NFL, like there's a reason college kids sit out 3 years before they go. The same could be said from high school to college as well, especially in the SEC.
Yeah, but I would highly recommend, multiple reasons, and one being selfish, to hold the kids back a year because you get another year with them in the house. But also, there is a big physical difference between 17 and 18. There really is.
And also mentally. I mean, he's about to be a young 17-year-old on a college campus as a quarterback at Ole Miss. I mean,
there's worse places to be,
yeah.
But, if I'm his parent, look, you're going to get a scholarship anyway. You're this good. You're just going to get better. You're going to put up better numbers. You might even get a better opportunity. I mean, if this kid is that good and he continues to progress, Ole Miss, that's great. You're playing in the SEC, but, maybe you get an offer from Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, a whole room of quarterbacks over there for Lane Kiffin to deal with starting in July. He's going to be on the team this year. Obviously, he'll redshirt, but he's going to be on the team this year. We'll talk more about that and a lot of college recruiting and college football news throughout the day. Michael says Saban just offered the 8th grade Thompson quarterback. Offering and him leaving school early are two different things. We'll jump in and talk to Doug Bell coming up on the other side about what we saw in the PGA the U.S. Open yesterday, the win by Wyndham Clark, Rory close again. A lot of great stories there. If you were part of those storms this weekend all over the viewing area and listening area, Greg from Pell City is standing by to help you out today. Maybe you had some damage. If you had some limbs down, you don't know if it loosened a shingle or what, Storm Restoration Roofing can help you. The most respected roofing contractor in the Birmingham metro area is Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He'll give you a no obligation, no cost roof inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. He's got the best warranties in the business, and he'll give you that free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. It is Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Doug Bell joins us next after this quick timeout on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Looking forward to talking with Doug Bell here about what we saw at the LA Country Club. I was excited just to see golf on that very private course. And it was beautiful in prime time. We'll talk to Doug about what we saw after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Didn't even realize that. After the procedure, 2015 vision better than 2020. I've still got it. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
CBS Sports and PGA Tour Radio and a lot of other things you see Doug Bell doing, but he is out on the golf course most of the year. He joins the show now. Doug, welcome in, man. First off, the LA Country Club. What did you think of the tournament being at that private club in LA? Did you think it lived up to the billing?
Well, it did in a lot of ways. And then in other ways, Jim and Lance, it kind of fell short. First off, the golf course is unique and incredible. And you drive by Wilshire Boulevard and you don't even know it's there. And then you go behind these gates and these bushes and this incredible oasis of a golf course with peaks and valleys and dog legs and all this beautiful terrain is right there. And it's been there for a long time. And it's cool. It's private and they do not allow celebrities. So like Lionel Richie lives on the 4th hole. He's not a member. Hugh Hefner, the late Hugh Hefner lives on the 11th hole, the Playboy Mansion. He was not a member. So it's a very unique place. And I thought it was a great backdrop, even though the tournament itself was void of the excitement we usually see at a U.S. Open because the club, the ultra exclusive club, cut down on the number of tickets that were allowed. And so there were very, very few spectators at this U.S. Open compared to years past. And to me, that was a little disappointing because it lacked the volume and the excitement that we normally see at a U.S. Open.
Going into the final round yesterday, Doug, Rickie Fowler was one of your co-leaders. The 34-year-old obviously never won a major before. 7 bogeys yesterday, falls all the way to 5th. But going in, did you have a feel around the country club and those galleries that people were pulling for Rickie Fowler?
Yeah, I mean, Lance, he is the modern day Arnold Palmer. I mean, he really is. And remember, Arnie at the end of his career wasn't winning a lot, and yet he was still beloved. And that's the case with Rickie Fowler. I mean, male, female, young, old, he moves the needle, even though he's been off the radar screen the last 3.5 years. This has been a good year. I mean, I was pulling for him. We were all hoping it would have been an incredibly popular victory. But Lance, what you see, and I'm out there a lot, what you see with Rickie, his game just doesn't stack up with the other guys at this stage of his career. And it was on display with Wyndham Clark, played 2 days with Wyndham, and Wyndham was consistently out driving him. I mean, 25, 30 yards, sometimes 50 yards farther. And his irons were just a lot better and sharper than Rickie. So I think Rickie will get a victory as he continues this comeback. I just don't think it's going to happen in a major championship where it's so difficult to win because of the circumstances and the course setup. But it was great to see him back, and it definitely got everybody excited. But his game, in my mind, just didn't stack up with the other top guys.
I'm watching on Saturday, and I think Wyndham Clark takes a penalty stroke, comes back and saves bogey on the hole. Maybe it was 17. You'll know this better than me. But then he makes that stroke back before they close the round out. And to me, I was like, well, that was a ballsy little stretch of golf for him to save the bogey and then get that stroke back before the 3rd round ended. Is that a little bit of the Wyndham Clark personality? What do you make of our U.S. Open champion?
Well, first off, Jim, yeah, you're right. That 17th up and down to save bogey was gigantic at that stage of the game. Then he rallies at 18, which is just this incredibly difficult par 4, hits it up there 6.5 feet, best shot of the day on Saturday, and rolls it in for birdie. So that in itself put him in a good position. Here's the thing with Wyndham Clark, guys, and I'm out there a lot for PGA Tour Radio. And when you talk to the players and caddies heading into this year, his name would always pop up. It was kind of like, gosh, Wyndham Clark hits it so good. He's so talented. This guy's going to win. And you just hear this in casual conversation. And then, of course, he won at Quail Hollow, Wells Fargo, really an elite tournament with the same kind of field. Same guys were there. And he played just beautiful golf for 4 days. So now he comes into the U.S. Open, and everybody's talking about Rory and Scheffler and Max Homa and all these, and he was 90-1. If you looked at the odds coming into the week, at one point he was 100-1 before they teed off on Thursday. Wyndham was 90-1. And on CBS Sports HQ, he was one of my guys like, maybe you ought to sprinkle a little something on Wyndham Clark at 90-1, right? And he obviously played out of his mind. And now think about this. John Rahm is the player of the year up to this point. Up until now, Scottie Scheffler, number one in the world, he's in the discussion. But now Wyndham Clark, win at Wells Fargo, win at the U.S. Open. I think he's the leading candidate now for PGA Tour Player of the Year. And this guy's going to be on the Ryder Cup team. I mean, he's going to be in Rome, Italy. And at the beginning of the year, nobody thought Wyndham Clark was going to be on a Ryder Cup team, but he's going to be. And he's that good, guys. He's not a household name, but he's that good.
Yeah, I Doug, coming into this tournament, I thought Rory, after a 9-year hiatus, was going to get back on track. And then yesterday, I was just waiting for the meltdown from Wyndham Clark. and you go into that par 5 eighth that had been the easiest hole on the course the entire week. And Clark hits that shot, and one of the worst lies I've ever seen. But for him to be able to battle out of that spot and come out with just a bogey, I thought that was a key moment in yesterday's round.
Yeah, I mean, spot on. Yeah, Lance, spot on. And he had a bunch of moments like that where it looked like, wait, he's teetering. I remember I did an HQ hit last night. I was on every hour. I don't know who's watching these things, but I was on every hour, right? And I'd kind of given Wyndham the championship. And then lo and behold, he bogeys 15 and 16. I'm like, well, wait a minute now. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit. But he had those moments where he pulled it all back together. And again, ultra talented guy. And I think now he's figured out mentally when things get off the tracks a little bit, let's reel it back in. And that showed me a lot of moxie too. As for Rory, I don't know, guys. Listen, he's won, he hasn't won now in 9 years a major, right? But he's won 3 FedEx Cups, a Players, a ton of playoff events. He's won in Dubai. I mean, he's won all these big events, but there's something when you label it a major. And that's what we always talk about, right? These guys, they're ranked and evaluated by their major championships. And when he hears that word, he didn't hit any putts yesterday. He didn't hit any putts last year at the Open Championship. So for Rory, I don't know, he's got to get over a mental block, and I don't know if he ever will. Sometimes these guys who have great careers, you just never get that one that you want the most. And that could be an issue with Rory.
Full disclosure, Doug gave me my first job out of college and here in Birmingham, and he was extremely young, and I obviously was young at the same time. So we've known each other a long, long time. But one of the lessons Doug taught me was everybody's got a story. That was the one lesson he taught me early on. Everybody has a story. And this Wyndham Clark story is amazing. And I was looking at him before you came on. He went to the same high school with Christian McCaffrey there in Colorado. So, what a great high school class that was together there. And then his mom, passes battling breast cancer. So you saw the emotions. You're out on the tour with these guys. They have to be so cold-blooded and so calm to do what they do in front of the galleries and for what they're doing. But to see them finally sink that little tap-in putt and then break down, share with me what you think when you see a golfer like that, and it happens to many people, just get that first major win, and then they just lose it like he did for a moment yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it, Jim, because, I mean, golf is an individual sport, right? I mean, the only person you can blame is yourself when you mess up. And that's why they're always reevaluating things. Physically, can I hit it farther, club head speed, et cetera. But mentally, they all have mental coaches. I mean, they're a psychologist dream, right? These golfers. Team sports, there's a lot of variables, but these guys, it's upon themselves. And listen, it's a meritocracy on the PGA Tour. If you don't get it done, you lose your status. You can't pay bills. I mean, there's a lot of things, right? And so now he's made it. His life has dramatically changed. 5-year exemption. He gets in all the major championships. I mean, he's in the playoffs, Ryder Cup. His life has forever changed. And that's why you're so emotional, because all the work you put in, and for him, as you mentioned, Jim, there are a lot of personal things. I mean, his mom passed 10 years ago, and then he's thinking about her as he's rolling in that 3-footer to secure the U.S. Open victory. I mean, how emotional is that? Really cool deal. You saw the family and friends kind of hug and embrace him. They know the work that he's put in. And as this guy said, he was at Oklahoma State. and Rickie Fowler and all these Oklahoma State guys, when his mom passed and being just a kid, right? 19 years old. I mean, life is just passing him by. Things are crashing down on him. He didn't know where he was, what he was doing. Goes to Oregon, was great at the University of Oregon, and then takes him a long time to get his life together and his career on track. And now he's made it. I mean, how cool is that story, guys? I mean, It's life, right? We all experience life in different ways. And these golfers, man, it comes crashing down because, like I said at the beginning, it's all on them and nobody else.
And Doug, there's just so many good golfers out there. And, over the last decade, we've seen so many first-time major champions as we did yesterday. And watching Tommy Fleetwood's round yesterday, I know he's got multiple runners-up when it comes to majors, but for this guy, the way when he is in a zone, for him to not be able to put 4 rounds together and win a major yet is pretty amazing to me. But if I asked you, who is the next first-time major winner out there?
Well, and again, you have those guys, and they're in the top 10 in the world, right? You have Max Homa, you have Patrick Cantlay, Xander Schauffele. I mean, these guys are all ranked in the top 10 in the world, and yet they haven't won a major. And every major, again, when we go to the Open Championship at Hoylake, that's Liverpool, where the Beatles became famous, right? All these guys will be, the odds will come out, and they'll all be in the top 10 of the odds. Can they get it done? That's the thing. A lot of these guys, you have to capture lightning in a bottle during a major week, and yet they've captured lightning in a bottle at other times in their career. So, gosh, Lance, you're right. It's hard to do. There's so many great players. This Gordon Sargent kid from Birmingham, Mountain Brook, I mean, he was the low am, right? And they say, wait till he comes out on the PGA Tour. Oh, my gosh, Gordon's about to experience pressure like he's never experienced before. But that's the life of a professional golfer. When you make it, it is an incredible life. I mean, private jets, mansions, you got a great life, but it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of luck to make it on that platform. And these guys are all chasing that carrot.
Well, and Doug, I follow you on Instagram. So as a PGA Tour media person, I see you at all these great resorts and stuff as well. It's a nice life as well. He's Doug Bell, CBS Sports, PGA Tour. You'll see him doing play-by-play during football and basketball season, too. He's everywhere. Longtime friend. Doug, thank you for getting up early with us on this Monday and talking with us about the U.S. Open. We appreciate it a lot.
Hey, great to be with both of you guys. I miss you. Haven't seen you guys in person in a long time. Keep up the good work.
All right. Come by the studio sometimes. We'll have a beer together or something. Doug Bell there with the PGA Tour, radio and CBS Sports there on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. All our guests on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Quickly, let me tell you about MyBookie and get more thoughts on what we saw at the U.S. Open. MyBookie makes it simple for you to sign up and play today. You bet, you win, and they pay. Sign up today at mybookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND to secure a first deposit bonus of up to $1,000. It's simple. Deposit $200 and play with $300 instantly just by using the promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. Whether you're a diehard or casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Again, that promo code is Next Round. It was an amazing tournament. It's my favorite tournament, the U.S. Open. I did miss the fact that everybody wasn't fighting to be barely under par. I missed the course being tremendously difficult for everyone. I mean, some people went out there and carved it up, including Rory, who was the runner-up, the highest greens in regulation, the lowest score ever for a non-U.S. Open winner. That's how much they carved it up.
Well, I mean, there was over 20 golfers that finished, under par, which you just never see that in the U.S. Open. I thought the course looked awesome. You brought that up. We did have excitement yesterday because when Wyndham Clark did bogey 15 and 16, I continued to think McIlroy was going to make one of these putts. He just could not make the putts yesterday. But I am convinced, and look, and I only watch golf in the majors because, we've got that major pool out there, which, by the way, humble brag, I did come in first of 83 yesterday.
How about that? Is that the first time ever you won a week?
No, I won it the one time that who was the Jack State guy that won the Masters?
Oh, Danny.
Willett.
Yep.
Yeah, when I had Danny Willett, I was the only guy, obviously, that had Willett that day, so I won it that time. But in like 8 years of doing this is only the second time I've won it. And the ironic thing is I had Wyndham Clark in the PGA Championship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the tournament before. Nobody had him, and nobody had him in this tournament, and that's one of the reasons because I had Rory and Scotty Scheffler. But anyway, my point was going to be it's the most unpredictable sport right now to me. In the NFL, I could probably tell you one of 5 or 6 teams that's going to win the Super Bowl this year. Major League Baseball, right now, I can tell you 4 or 5 teams that's going to win the World Series. And college football, there's probably only 5 or 6 teams that can win a championship. But going into the British Open, I mean, hell, how many of these guys can win it? 50?
Yeah. And the British Open seems to be an added wild card because you factor in so many Europeans and stuff that play that style of golf.
But let me ask you, if I would have given you 50 golfers going into the weekend, do you think Wyndham Clark would have been one of your 50?
50 is a lot.
It is a lot, but I mean, he was 95-1, so I can pull the odds right here, but I think he was, around that 50 mark. I think that just shows you how difficult it is.
I feel like, my goodness, if you give me 50, so I mean, it's not quite half the field, but if you gave me half the field, I feel like I'd pick a winner.
I mean, you would think.
I mean,
right?
That's like walking into a casino. I mean, black or red, right? I mean, I'm going to go black or red. I got a great chance of getting that right? I mean, not a great chance. It's less than 50-50.
Yeah, a decent chance, but you have 50 chances.
I mean, entering the final. Okay, here we go. I got to tell you this because I don't even think he was on there. Opening odds to win the U.S. Open.
I had him at 60-1 on one side at mybookie.ag, but I don't know if that was after the first round or what, or right of it. But I had him at 60-1. Doug mentioned 90-1 in some places to start things off. Show being brought to you in part, as you look that up, by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They will take care of you for all your cooling, heating, and plumbing needs. And I keep saying this. Maybe if I keep saying it, it'll never get hot again. But it's amazing to me the summer we've had so far. And we're not even officially in summer yet, are we? Is that like June 22nd? Usually, something like that officially.
Sounds right.
Are we officially summer yet, or has that already happened? July.
Leslie said this week.
It's this week, so we're officially summer this week. So we're not even officially in summer yet, but it seems like it gets hot as hell around here a lot sooner than it has, and we haven't even haven't breathed on the triple digits yet, but that's coming, and our friends at Hemp Hill can get you ready for the hot temperatures.
Yeah, and they want to remind you they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. So there were 27 guys that had shorter odds. So not as deep as I thought on that. But even going into yesterday, Wyndham Clark, I mean, Roy was your favorite, then Rickie Fowler, then Clark.
Yeah, that's going into yesterday, even after you'd seen 3 rounds of the tournament. U.S. Open's in the book, a lot more to get to today. We talked about Bob Huggins resigning at West Virginia and Andy Kennedy's name being mentioned as a possible replacement for him in Morgantown in our opening segment. Doug Bell there. Later on, we'll talk Auburn recruiting at 10:25 with Cole Pinkston of Auburn Live on 3 Sports. And then the final hour, LT's picked to win the national championship, LSU. Scott Rabalais will join us from down in Baton Rouge to talk about what Brian Kelly has done to rebuild that program. All that's still ahead today. On the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. We'll get back to TNR after LT tells us about Precision.
Yeah, maybe you're out in the backyard shooting hoop. You hurt the elbow. You're putting something in the attic. You hurt that shoulder. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic becomes your provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they can get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
We told you about Hemp Hill there before the break. They bring you best and worst of the weekend every Monday on the show, especially when football season cranks up in 68 days. We're 28 days away from SEC Media Day. We'll get to college football coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Hour number 2 here live on the show. Lance Taylor, Jim Dunaway, Rockstar Tyler, the rest of the crew here. Brownie off on vacation this week. Show being brought to you by Brownie's Guide, though, at A+. If you're tired of that old, outdated bath or shower, you call Brad Bell and the folks with A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Brad came out, gave Brownie an estimate, also did the same thing with LT, and it isn't one of those one-day bath remodel replacements there. Brad's estimate's actually less expensive and higher quality than those easy-to-install replacements that basically cover up your crappy and moldy and mildewed old bathroom. Really a different kind of job than what Brad does. He comes out and gives you a high-quality replacement, replaces it for real, even does kitchens and other things. You're working on your bathroom right now with A+.
Yeah, I just got a text from Brad literally at 8:52, and he said everything is in. We should be finished up by the end of the day. So today, everything's framed. It looks incredible from where it was to where it is now, but they're putting the light fixtures over the vanity. They're putting the faucets in and the shower heads.
Yeah, completely
redone.
Redone bathroom, custom features, real tile. Financing options are available. Stop looking at your old, ugly tile shower. Find a A+ Tile Home Remodeling. A+ Tile Home Remodeling on Facebook to see some beautifully finished bathrooms. You see some of the work that was done in Brown's bathroom. You'll see some right there. You can call Brad or text Brad at this number as well if you just want to reach out to him directly. 205-422-1758. 422-1758. That's his personal cell number there, and you can work with him. Brad now has teams that are serving Huntsville and Mobile as well, not just the Birmingham area, so all over the state of Alabama. Make the call that the guys on the desk have made. Brad Bell, A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758. World Series continuing out in Omaha, and it has been really interesting so far for the SEC. Florida yesterday. They've now set a school record for home runs as they hit their 133rd home run yesterday on the season, and then got a great stop in the ninth. 5-4, they beat Oral Roberts, which has its own story going on. So Oral Roberts goes to the losers bracket. TCU eliminated Virginia, so Virginia was 2 and done in Omaha. And today we get more SEC action. At 1 o'clock in an elimination game, Tennessee and Stanford, loser goes home. And at 6 o'clock, LSU and number 1 Wake Forest. So what some people say the best in the SEC and LSU, and Wake Forest tonight at 6 in a winner's bracket game. LSU beat Tennessee, who has the elimination game. So 2 SEC teams today. But first, Florida. My pick to win it all before it started in Omaha.
Boy, lucky to hold on yesterday.
But they look good through 2.
Oh, they do. And they're getting it done with the long ball. And I had Florida minus 1.5 runs yesterday, and they were up 5-2. And then bullpen got a little shaky there at the end. And Oral Roberts had every opportunity to win that game. But Florida on to the next round. And I think tonight what you'll see between Wake and LSU, I know you like Florida to win this thing. I like LSU to win it. The best overall team is probably Wake. But Wake and LSU are the only teams the entire year that have been ranked number 1.
How about that? All year in baseball, just two teams have been number 1. And if you're watching this World Series out there, 5 of 6 games have been 1-run games.
No, trust me, I know, because I had Wake minus 1.5 on Saturday. LSU did get home minus 1.5. Instead of laying, sometimes you'll lay the 1.5 runs as opposed to playing a big money line. Now, if I would have done that, I would have been fine on Florida. It shows you how many 1-run games are out there. That's why you get burned on a lot of those.
5 of 6 have been 1-run games. The LSU game is the only one, and that was a 3-run game. So it's been really competitive. Both games, weather permitting, today, coming up from Omaha. But one SEC team is still in the winner's bracket on one side, and 2 others playing today. LSU trying to stay unbeaten in Omaha with Wake Forest tonight. Tennessee trying to stay alive against Stanford. Got to talk a little bit about the Braves as well. You get 6 straight wins for the Braves. They're now tied with Tampa Bay, the Rays, with the largest lead in baseball in their division. Both of them lead their divisions by 5. Braves off today. They go and chase Philadelphia in a series starting tomorrow. They've won 6 straight, the Braves have. They're 5 games ahead of Miami. They're 8 games ahead of the Phillies, and they're 12.5 ahead of the New York Mets. And a really important time. We're about 20 games away from the All-Star break. Really important time here because the Mets start a series with the Astros tonight, and that can bury the Mets a little bit more. And if you're playing the Phillies and if you're a Braves fan, you don't believe that Miami can hold on through the whole season, you have a chance right here in this series at Philadelphia to get Philly at double digits behind you. The Mets could fall even further behind you, double digits behind. And you can get a little breathing room if you can stay hot if you're the Atlanta Braves before the break.
And what a cool story yesterday. Not so much for Charlie Culberson. His dad's supposed to throw out the first pitch. He gets demoted back down to AAA, and so they have to find a replacement. And they bring out Michael Harris Sr. He throws out the first pitch, and then Michael Harris in the 9 slot goes 5 for 5 with a home run.
5 for 5 with a home run. Charlie Culberson designated for assignment, and he's 34 years old and had been up for a while but hadn't really had any significant playing time. And it was going to be a big deal for his dad. I wish they'd let his dad throw out the first pitch anyway before they sent him down.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. I mean, that's just a double pop. I'll tell you, to me, the biggest surprise in Major League Baseball up until this point is where the Astros and Dodgers both are. They're both sitting at 39 and 33. They're playing awful baseball right now. And, I'm on a group text with a couple of guys that are big Braves fans. They hate the Dodgers. And they, were trolling me yesterday saying, will the Dodgers even make the postseason? The Dodgers are 4 games back in the West. Arizona and San Francisco, after the San Francisco sweep, are in front of the Dodgers. And when you look at the Astros, they get swept this week. They're 5.5 games back, and they're behind both the Rangers and the Angels. When's the last time you saw the Dodgers and the Astros in third place this deep into the season?
It's been a while with those rosters and the postseason success they've had. We're approaching the All-Star break coming up in just a few weeks. And Forrester's a big White Sox fan. Typical White Sox yesterday. Lance Lynn, 16 strikeouts, Forrester, tying the franchise record set by Jack Harsham back in 1954. So 16 strikeouts from Lance Lynn. So what happened to the White Sox in that game? They win it?
Well, you can't win if you can't score, and they're not very good at that. So, lost 5-1 despite striking out 16.
Yeah, franchise record in strikeouts, and you still lose the game.
You know, last week, so Forrester's got the bobblehead of Lance Lynn back there. Can we show that?
Oh, do you really? Tyler, run and grab it real quick from him.
Yeah, we got the bobblehead of Lance Lynn, and I was walking through the back room, and last week, and Forrester was like, this guy is a bum.
No, hold it up. He didn't punch you up yet.
No, and he has been a bum. I mean, he's got close to I guess he lowered it. He has close to a 7 ERA. But 16 strikeouts, in a spot, he can still get it done.
Tyler's personality, I was wondering if he was going to touch the head, if he was going to make the head bobble.
But he's not bobbling lately, is he?
Yeah, he's not. All right, that's a little baseball for you. College football coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Beat the heat this summer with a new or used RV from our friends at Johnson RV Center, JohnsonRVCenter.com. The new 2023 travel trailers from $179 a month of fifth wheels, plus closeout pricing on remaining 2022s, all right there at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Military discounts for all active and retired military personnel. They're the winner of the Coleman Times Best of the Best Award 6 years running right there at JohnsonRVCenter.com. That's the Reader's Choice Award winner and the Athens News Courier as well. Lifetime warranty included in all those purchases there, including all the new campers and used campers 2 years old or newer. Friendly service, and they give you great customer support after the sale. It is really a family atmosphere at JohnsonRVCenter.com. JohnsonRVCenter.com. 2 locations north of Birmingham, between Birmingham and Huntsville. You can see everything online at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, we've talked Bob Huggins, we've talked the U.S. Open, and we've talked the College World Series. Football coming up in this hour. A little something on Father's Day, and just in particular, a daughter's love for their father in just a second. But first, Hemp Hill Services bringing you best and worst of the weekend. My best is going to tie into a video that Forrester has ready for us right after you tell us about Hemp Hill.
Yeah, summer weather is here. As Lunsford said, it's we're actually going to be officially in the summer months coming up this week. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Tom says the Braves were my best and worst. You can't lose despite their starting pitching, but the Culberson situation was low class. They could have figured something out. But it worked for Harris, 5 for 5. So Tom's best and worst coming in. You can keep yours rolling in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room as you get out this summer. Great places there, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Also on our social media platform, which is being monitored by our great newest employee, Taylor Korn, who's been here now over a year. She handles everything right there at Next Round Live. Like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. Michael, my best, Guys Weekend at the Lake and first Father's Day. Speaking of Father's Day, we'll talk about ours in just a second.
Hey, congratulations, Michael. It's awesome.
Congratulations, Michael. But here we go. This is from Kristen Saban, her Instagram account right here. And I love her relationship with her dad, Nick Saban, the GOAT. And this is Kristen.
You see what's behind him, though?
The Rams logo on the TV screen, yeah. But there's the greatest coach in college football history. Boxing with the virtual Wii there, boxing. And just pretty amazing to see Nick Saban in that setting. We always appreciate Kristen sharing things like that, especially on Father's Day. She writes, since this deserves a permanent place on the grid, happy Father's Day to the GOAT and his mean right hook. Please don't kill me for this. Dad, I love you.
He's got some of the worst boxing form I've ever seen.
Well, you know, when you're doing it virtually there, that does.
Punching up.
Trying to protect, goes low on that one right there. But it's after the quick edit here coming up here. This part right.
I mean, that wouldn't even.
Well, this part right here is you're swatting flies at that point.
Yeah, it looks like a house cat. Not as quick.
Nick said, you think it was bad for him there? He's protecting the old jaw there for a little bit. Got his gloves on.
He's not too aggressive.
You're punching air now. Come on, you're gonna break this down. That's an Oculus. Forrester says, by the way, not the Wii. Am I showing my age saying it was some Wii?
We's a little old.
I got to keep
playing the old Sega.
you notice how pissed Dunaway gets now when I bring up the Rams? I mean, it was just weird. It was that I didn't understand that it was like part of the TV. It just looked like a logo for a second.
Yeah. I mean, but of all of that, you went straight to that Rams logo in the back. It would be like having someone here who is.
Well, I mean, I could have gone with the
in home decor that was going to break down the tapestries and the plants that are on top of the mantle.
Well, I mean, I could have gone the tacky garland or whatever that is, but I mean, the Rams thing's what jumped out.
How is that
The
tacky?
dog
It's
has a
beautiful
nicer
garland.
bed than I do.
It's a great dog bed, a beautiful garland. I love it. The holiday season.
Looks like a cheap rug. It's probably like $60,000 probably.
Thank you to Kristen for allowing us to use the video there on the Instagram of her dad there. So you got to see the kids over the weekend. Father's Day, happy for you?
Yeah. Father's Day was really good. The best was Leighton cooking us dinner last night. She's got a really good red sauce that she makes. It's her vodka. I don't know it's got a lot of the half and half cream in it.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic.
So it's a red sauce, but it's got a little bit of the cream in it as well.
Yeah.
So it's almost a rosé-like sauce.
I don't even know what you would consider it. Rocky helped me out. It's not marinara. It's not even close to marinara. It's,
the only thing I saw is the sauce she gave you when she layered it with salt. That's the only thing of.
Yeah, well, that was
the same thing.
Yeah.
She was so proud of that video.
Yeah. That's fantastic. I wish my daughter had been home cooking. Your daughter is this age now, virtually, where she's a young adult. My daughter's got 1 year left in college. She's at Bonnaroo, Rockstar.
Didn't she go Wednesday?
She just texted me, I'm leaving the farm now. I mean, I thought I'd lost her to the hippies here.
My God.
She left.
Boy, what do you think she smelled like?
I think she left Tuesday night and has been camping, and it's rained every day, has it not?
No way. There's not amount of money for me for that. No way.
She left Tuesday night. The concerts were Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And we have a great relationship. She'll text me all the time, any hour of the day, because she knows I rarely sleep. And she's listening to some Birkenstock wearing singer. One moment she sends me video, and then at 1 a.m. one night she sings me, "Hey man, Korn is killing it right now." I mean, the extremes at Bonnaroo were unbelievable.
Which is one of the great things about that festival. I'm like Rockstar. I would have zero desire to be outside and camping out like that. But what would it take you? Like if you could pull back, if you could have Queen and Freddie Mercury back, you could have Led Zeppelin all complete. I mean, would it take those kind of bands to get you out there?
It's just the amount of people and stuff like that. Like Pearl Jam played there once, and I just had no interest. I was like, I can't do a festival like that. It's just too much. And you're a band that's relegated to play your hits. You got to play the hits for everybody because it's just you're appealing to the masses. They aren't just here to. Foo Fighters closed it out last night. It says they're the last ones.
Eric Church disagrees with you.
Yeah,
don't just have to play the hits.
Man, let's don't bury Eric Church now in this year of cancellation. Foo Fighters were Sunday night at Bonnaroo. Which is amazing, but I think it was Saturday night here.
They were Friday night here.
Friday night here. Massive rain delay.
Oh, talked to Dana. We did the James Taylor show last night, and she said that Friday night, because the weather was kind of bad, but she said the place was just packed. She's never seen that many people.
Well, that's what I was going to say. And, even with the rain delay, the place was packed, and everything I saw on social media, they went 2.5 hours without a break. I give Taylor Swift credit when she did it for 2.5, 3 hours in the rain in Nashville. Hats off to the Foo Fighters with nothing to prove at this point. And with going to Bonnaroo the next day, still here in Birmingham throughout a 2.5 hour show at Oak Mountain Amphitheater.
What's great was what Dana told me was, she said that Dave was on the stage in the middle, and I think that he mentioned Pelham. He goes, "What the hell is Pelham?" We usually play Birmingham. We were told this is Pelham. He was like, "I never played at Pelham." And then I told Dana, I go, "What's crazy is the first time I ever saw them," he probably doesn't remember, they had a charter stage where the bands that weren't big enough for the big stage at Oak Mountain. That was on the side of the by the amphitheater, and Foo Fighters and Tonic played.
Oh, really?
And there was probably like 300. I was there. It was awesome because it was like 200. Because I was like, I want to see the guy from Nirvana, and it was like maybe 200 people. But it was so cool. And then she's like, I totally forgot that. I was like, well, so they have played Pelham, but it was probably in '97. That's what's so crazy.
So just when he was getting the Foo Fighters to make the comeback,
first or second tour.
He's got a reputation to uphold now. The guy that fell off the stage and continued to play. So, with these weather delays, and I'm sure, look, he wants to give as much as he can to the fans, but it would be hard for him to back up now.
Over the weekend, Paul McCartney turned 81.
Insane.
He's not. Ringo's still alive, right?
Ringo and Paul, the only ones. That's it.
But Paul McCartney, how much of the writing did he do for the Beatles?
It was him and basically Lennon were like almost 50-50, and then every now and then George Harrison. Ringo got a couple songs in, but it was mainly McCartney, Lennon.
Did they write individual songs, or were they always collaborations?
Well, if you saw that thing on the on Disney, it was like the 4-hour thing about them doing the rooftop concert and how he came up with the song "Get Back." It's just so intricate. It's boring because if you're in a band, you understand that there's just all of them sitting there playing their instruments, just doodling, and it's just noise. And then he's playing the bass, and he starts whistling the tune for "Get Back." It's like, we got to have a single for that. And it's just, it seems like I have an idea. I'm going to give it to you. Let's mess around with this, and then we can collaborate with it. I think that's how they did it.
Did you ever see the concert? We went, Leighton and I saw it at IMAX. I think it was last year.
Rooftop thing?
Yeah, the rooftop.
No, I never saw it.
Was it worth it?
It was a limited time.
It was good. It was just because they were at their height, and for them to put on a concert like that, and for all of the cops to get involved, because there was just a mass of people continuing to show up. Because can you imagine a buzz like downtown right now? What would the equivalent be if Taylor Swift was on a rooftop downtown Birmingham?
Yeah,
I mean, people would be going absolutely nuts, and that's what you kind of got. So it was really neat from that perspective. I mean, the music, I could take or leave the Beatles. I went and saw Love Again in Vegas about a month ago. So, I mean, I like their music. I don't necessarily, I don't think I have any of it on my download. So do you have any?
I do not. But it's one of those that if I loved the Love thing, which is Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, Cirque du Soleil. It's at the Mirage.
Yeah, and so I enjoyed that. I've seen that once before. And when it pops up in soundtracks and the movie where the guy yesterday everyone loses their memory.
That's a great movie.
It was a great movie. I enjoyed that. So I don't mind their music. I just never search it out.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Now I do search out Zeppelin, and I went to see Rockstars Boys on Friday night at Workplay. Shout out to Tommy and everybody down at Workplay. But
23 songs, great.
Alan Barlow and John
Campbell.
Yeah, I talked to John after the show a little bit.
Chris Kozak.
Look, there's not a bad seat in the house at Workplay, but I mean, I was on the side stage with Ryan and Nicole from Odie's, believe it or not. I didn't realize that John and Alan played their wedding, which is really
John
neat.
and Alan play together. They're negotiators. They play all the time.
But they put on such a show. I mean, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Really, really awesome.
And if you want to go see them in studio with us, you can go back on our YouTube channel and check that out and like and subscribe. Even old videos you come across, that helps us out tremendously. We get into football. We talk recruiting Auburn football. In our next segment, Cole Pinkston will join us from Auburn Live on 3 Sports. Tell us about Gutter Cap. You had a chance to test those gutters out this past weekend. But tell us about Gutter Cap, and then we'll get into a couple other big football news right here.
Yeah, it's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to clean the gutters out. Imagine getting on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum panel. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart now. Get him to come out and give you an absolutely free estimate. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
The Elite 11 quarterbacks, the MVP was Julian Sayin, the Alabama commitment. Now, instantly you say, well, that's great. Alabama's got their next great quarterback coming, Julian Sayin. He's the 2023 Elite 11 Finals MVP there. Tua Tagovailoa won that award in 2016. Pretty good quarterback, right?
Yeah, I think Julian Sayin would take Tua's career up to this point, right?
Also in 2014, the Elite 11 quarterback MVP was Blake Barnett. So no guarantee that you're going to be successful in college.
Are you still surprised that Blake Barnett wasn't successful?
I am.
Yeah, he had to have been a hell of a practice player. I mean, for Saban to give him that start against USC.
Yeah, he won the Elite 11. He kept getting opportunities. So he obviously showed something in practice, just never turned into to match what his expectations were on the field of play. Speaking of which, Oklahoma State, way down our list. In fact, they didn't make our 40 and 40. They were one of the 5 teams that missed out. I'd forgotten this until I was reading, getting ready for the college football season in 68 days, that Alan Bowman is the quarterback at Oklahoma State this year. Remember, he burst onto the scene at Texas Tech, had a couple of good games, then had some injuries, lost his starting job. He spent the last 2 years at Michigan, where he got 0 playing time behind Cade McNamara and J.J. McCarthy, but he was on that roster, just some guys who did some mop-up duty. But now he's got one more year to play, and he's going to do it at Oklahoma State.
We need to play a game because I think the transfer portal quarterbacks, where they have landed, is more confusing than Nick Cannon keeping up with his kids. I mean,
like the fact that Alan Bowman, who I know from Texas Tech, went to Michigan and now is at Oklahoma State, and Mason Rudolph, who was at – is that his name, Mason
Rudolph's no, Pittsburgh Steelers. He's an ex-Oklahoma State guy.
Who's the guy who's at Oklahoma State who is now at Ole Miss?
Spencer Sanders.
Yeah.
Luke
that's how confusing
Altmaier,
Luke Altmaier, who was at Ole Miss, he's now where? At Missouri?
Luke Altmaier is at Illinois.
Phil
okay. Jerkovic, who was at Boston College.
Wait, he's on one of our 40 and 40 teams.
He was, yeah. We previewed him last week or the week before.
I think he's at Louisville?
He is not at Louisville.
Where's he?
Jerkovic is at Pittsburgh.
He's at Pitt. Well, speaking of our 40 and 40 team, we'll get to our new one coming up a little bit later on. But a couple other notes. 4-star linebacker Sterling Dixon Jr. We talked about a big player shutting down his recruitment the other day for Auburn. He does this in his recruitment for Alabama. He says LSU and Auburn are heating up trying to get him to flip from Alabama, and he shuts it down over the weekend from the Mobile area. Sterling Dixon Jr., a guy who projects to be a 4-star inside linebacker, shutting it down over the weekend. So he'll take no more official visits. But the Ole Miss quarterback that's reclassifying, Austin Simmons, the 17-year-old who's given up last 2 years of his high school career leaving Florida, people started to ask, should Florida be worried? Should Billy Napier be worried? While all that's happening, he's losing that 4-star quarterback from 2 recruiting classes into the future. All Billy Napier did over the weekend is go out and get 4-star commitments over the weekend. And eventually you've got to be a great recruiter at Florida, right? And you got to turn that into wins at some point. But Billy Napier has to win on the recruiting trail. What's the lowest you think you should see Florida in recruiting?
Oh, the lowest, never outside of the top 15. Really, if I'm a Florida fan, I think I should be in the top 10 all of the time.
It should be a top 10, but I agree with you. Outside of the top 15 would be unacceptable. So a big weekend for Billy Napier as he tries to restock that roster down in Gainesville. We'll talk about recruiting going on right there at Auburn when we come back on the show. That's being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's keeping you ready for those weddings all the time. Just got past Father's Day, so wedding season is upon us the rest of the summer.
Hey, our friends at Bromberg's at the Mountain Brook and the Summit locations invite you to discover David Yurman's new spring collections inspired by the beauty of the natural world. David Yurman, founded in New York City by two artists, David the sculptor, his wife Sybil, a painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son Evan continue to redefine American luxury jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today. Find sculptural pieces from David Yurman's spring collections. Again, two locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, go to Brombergs.com.
Really interesting when Ole Miss got the Austin Simmons commitment over the weekend. Lane Kiffin takes to Twitter to clap back at Billy Napier. You know, at Florida, between the third and fourth quarter, they play Tom Petty, right? So Kiffin goes on social media, great weekend vibe in Oxford, and he throws out a Tom Petty playlist, the song he's playing, Free Fallin'.
Well, I mean, the Florida Gators are kind of free falling.
Lane Kiffin.
And you talk about the four stars at Billy Napier, the 3 4-stars that he got this weekend. Will he be around to coach those guys? Because, Florida is an impatient program. And if Billy Napier doesn't have – I could see him at 6-6 get fired this year, you?
And the 6-6 or worse if he misses a bowl game. And, you have the reputation as a former Nick Saban assistant. I know he's got Dabo in his past, but with some of the lack of success with Jeremy Pruitt and some of the others, even Jim McElwain there at Florida, Will Muschamp had some Saban ties there at Florida. You just wonder how quickly he gets thrown into that pile as a failed Saban assistant as trying to become a head coach.
Yeah, look, there's a chance they're only favored in 5 games this year. And, again, that doesn't mean anything. That's on paper. But let's just say that they only won the 5 games that they were favored in. He goes 5-7. He doesn't get a year 3, I don't believe.
Yeah, and they're looking for Graham Mertz is the quarterback of record maybe for this year. They're looking for quarterbacks. We'll talk about Auburn recruiting when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
"68 days away from the start of the college football season, 28 days away from SEC Media Days. You usually see Justin Hokanson with us from Auburn Live on 3 Sports, but we're talking about a big recruiting weekend this past weekend for Auburn with Cole Pinkston, who also is now part of the Auburn Live family on 3 Sports, and he is with us now. Cole, man, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. Let me start just with a lot of official visits, I understand, this past weekend. Give me a excitement level of the people that were on campus this weekend and how you think Auburn coaches feel about landing some of these guys.
Well, I think the biggest thing about the official visitors at Auburn this weekend is that you had 5 offensive linemen. And if you followed Auburn in the past 5 years, maybe even more than that, that has been a position that has been very elusive for Auburn. I don't know why, especially offensive tackle. It's hard to explain why. It goes all the way back to Gus Malzahn. So that in itself is a big deal. And you had 4 of them were 4-stars with most sites. So you had that going on. And then you had an Alabama commit in Perry Thompson, a guy that's probably going to end up as a 5-star recruit, in-state guy. And honestly, Auburn thinks they got a real shot there. So the feel from this weekend, first of all, the feel going in was huge. They thought that this was going to be one of those big weekends where some momentum would be gained. And from what I understand, it was. And they think they have a shot with all of the guys that were there.
Yeah, not only the 3 new commitments, but 2 previous commitments announced they're shutting down the recruitment altogether. That's Moody defensive back Amon Lane, Andalusia running back Jamarian Burnett. They both announced on social media, recruiting process done. Those are big gets.
Yeah, both 4-star guys with on 3. Amon Lane was the very first commitment of the class almost a year ago, maybe even more than a year ago. That's a guy that, he seems to love Auburn and never really had any doubts with him, thought he was going to stick. But good to see them put that kind of stuff out. I think it's good for other recruits watching. Also a 4-star, Jamarian Fat Burnett. Fat is his nickname. We had heard that possible official visits could happen there, maybe with Florida State. Tennessee was kind of in the mix there, but he puts out a statement and says, I'm done. I'm going to stay with Auburn. So I thought that was important as well.
How do you get that nickname Fat?
Well, he's about 6'1", 220 pounds as a running back. So, big guy, bruiser type back.
Husky.
Yes, sir.
But
yes,
it's
sir.
PH. It's PHAT. Fat like
PH.
like Fat Stack
Correct.
back in the day, right?
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Cole's
Right.
with us from Auburn Sports, Auburn Live at On3 Sports there. We appreciate him being with us, talking a little Auburn recruiting. So it does seem like the pace has picked up in commitments rolling in. What do you think is working for Hugh Freeze and his staff on the recruiting trail right now?
I think right now you don't have what we call proof of concept. In other words, Hugh Freeze has proof of what he's done at other schools, but not at Auburn yet. You don't have any on-field production from him at Auburn. You don't know exactly how his offense is going to run, what his defense is going to look like, what everything's going to look like. So everything right now has to be about relationships. You start with the relationships and you go, we've got to have a relationship with each guy that's important to us and make sure that they know we're there for them. And then when we get to the field in the fall and show them all of these promises that we're making them, hey, we're going to throw the ball a lot, telling running backs, we're going to use you, we're going to feature you, offensive line, your athleticism, we like your athleticism here. Until you can get to that point, it's all about relationships. And as far as that goes, I think they've knocked it out of the park. I just don't think they could do much better on that side of things.
Year one, the roster transformation, I mean, watching last year with Brian Harsin, just wasn't a good roster. There wasn't a lot of talent. I know coaching obviously came into question, but they lost 6 of their final 8 games. Do you feel, as you cover this team, this roster, even in year one, is better than last year's roster?
100%. And if you look at it, almost half of the team is new. Close to 40 guys, maybe a little over 40. I can't remember the exact number. With freshmen coming in, you picked up 20 guys in the transfer portal, including a quarterback and 3 starting offensive linemen. So that's a huge flip right there in itself. And we watched Robbie Ashford. You know what he's capable of, but still got some work to do as a quarterback, let's be honest. So he went and got a guy that was pretty good at Michigan State, had good stats, did good things. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how he fits in the offense. But just those things, and then you get a pass rusher, you got several receivers. I mean, there's a lot of upgrades at different positions, if you're asking me.
Yeah. Cole, before you go, you talk to these recruits, some before the visit, some after the visit, you and your staff do there. How much is the new football building, the facilities playing a role in this? Because and let's be honest, as good as you try to keep up, the old football building was very dated, had that very 80s, early 90s feel to it. Are you getting a different buzz from these players when they leave the Auburn campus now?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it plays a role. I don't know how big that role is exactly, but for example, a guy that was there this weekend from Hawaii, a 4-star offensive lineman named Preston Talmua, he told me that's the best I've ever seen. That's the standard, and he's been a lot of places, or he's fixing to go to a lot of places, so he'll have something to compare it to. So I thought that was interesting. I've heard several guys do that. Of course, a lot of the guys we're talking to have been there several times now, so I guess they're getting used to it. And I think just the key thing was you don't want that to be a reason that guys go, I like other places better. The facilities are a little bit better. I think you're on par with everyone else now if you're Auburn.
That's right. Trying to just be on par is where it at. That's Cole Pinkston, Auburn Live on 3 Sports, and a nice look at what Auburn was able to do in recruiting over the weekend, man. Thank you for being with us. Look forward to talking to you in the future, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right now, of course, in recruiting, Georgia still leading the way for 2024 right now. Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame, LSU, Florida, Penn State, Oregon, Stanford, and Minnesota in the top 10 for the 2024 recruiting class. A lot of time still to get out there and get the recruits in before the early signing period coming up in December. And then the second signing period in February. But big recruiting weekend around the SEC at a lot of different places. Auburn, one of those. We'll talk about our 40 and 40 team now as we enter the top 30 in our countdown. It is brought to you by our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Still no Auburn yet. Let's see if they slide in at number 30 today.
June, Men's Health Month. Men's Health Month serves as a reminder that prioritizing our well-being is not just a luxury, but a necessity. It's time to focus on the specific health concerns that impact men. Men's Health Center, beautiful new facility helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Well, let's look at the 10 teams we've unveiled already in our 40 and 40 countdown. This over the last couple of weeks: Illinois, Pitt, Iowa, Duke, and UCF. Then we got in-state with Troy, NC State, Miami at 33. And then the first 2 SEC teams rolled in at 32 and 31. So we move now to the top 30 at number 30 today. Let's see if it's another SEC team. Nope, it's an American Conference team. It's UTSA, and a big jump in points there. You saw, I think it was around 68 or 69 for Kentucky to 86, that little number in the corner. So we're at number 30 already, counting down to our 40 and 40 countdown. UTSA, the Roadrunners, back-to-back Conference USA champions, and now I guess an upgrade in competition.
Oh, yeah. You take on the American now, and I think, the battle with Tulane to be at the top of that conference, at least what Tulane was able to do last year, I think UTSA will be right there. 30 and 10 over the last 3 years. Jeff Traylor, one of the more underrated coaches in all of college football. And you've got one of the best quarterbacks coming back in all of football. Probably, well, I don't even think probably. If you look at the best players, not that they've got an illustrious history, but the best Roadrunner of all time is Frank Harris.
Yeah. I mean, 4,000 yards passing and 32 touchdowns last year. In an era he could have hit the portal and could have gone and been the starting quarterback at Auburn or a lot of places. He could have
or
left,
Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, he could have left and gone and been the starting quarterback. They got a collective, an NIL deal together for him to keep him in San Antonio. And they lost one big receiver, but they got 9 guys back on that offense.
Yeah, Zachary Franklin is the guy you talked about, and he did transfer out. That hurts. But 9 returning starters from an offense that was really, really good. 7 returning starters on defense for a unit that gave up 26 per point. It's 26 points per game. They've got to get better on that side of the ball. But if you go back last year, to open the season, that triple overtime loss to Houston, that was gut-wrenching. Then they lose at Texas, and then their only other loss, a 4-point loss in a bowl game to a really good Troy team. So UTSA was really close from having a Tulane-like season last year. I think they're the best Group 5 team going into 2023.
So they could be playing in a New Year's Six bowl game is what you're saying.
I think they are vastly undervalued right now. And when you look at the schedule, they open at Houston, difficult game, and they've got to go to Tennessee. If they can somehow come out of September with only 1 loss, I think they go into that Tulane game at 10-1, and that's probably for a regular season champion.
Yeah, so remember, if you're the highest rated Group of 5 at the end of the year, you go to the New Year's Six bowl game. That could be UTSA this year, number 30 in our 40 and 40 countdown. You see their schedule there. They play at the Alamo Dome. Houston on the road. The home schedule is manageable. At Tennessee, and then the other games, including that one at Tulane coming up on November 24th before you get to the American Conference Championship game on December 2nd. Is there a chance you could go back-to-back weeks there, Tulane and UTSA?
Yeah, I think you could. I think Tulane will take a step back, but I think I think the Roadrunners go 11-1. I really do. I think they have one loss on this schedule.
If Frank Harris stays healthy.
Yeah, that's the big F. Tulane, I think Tyja Spears is going to be a huge loss. Obviously, Michael Pratt's coming back at quarterback. But I could see them have a couple of more losses. Again, that could come down to the final week of the season. And I could see the winner of that, again, win the regular season conference championship.
Only thing to keep an eye on is that UTSA did lose their offensive coordinator to Oregon, Will Stein. He's out there calling plays for Dan Lanning. That is our 40 and 40 team today, number 30 UTSA, brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama, patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Again, visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule that appointment with one of their many urologists.
We will get to number 29 in our countdown, leading us up to the first release of the AP poll. Coming up later this year. We'll talk more college football as we move throughout the show. You're mentioning Urology Centers of Alabama there. Another this is Male Health Awareness Month. And I was reading over the weekend, and they have no reason to explain this, but colon cancer popping up now more earlier in life. Like a lot of guys in their 40s now are starting to have to get tested. Under 55, used to be it was a 55 or older disease. It seems to be more and more a younger man's disease now, more into the late 40s, early 50s of when you need to be getting checked out. So you have to stay on top of your body and getting it checked out. And always good to bring that up during June Male Health Awareness Month.
Yeah, get that prostate checked. It used to be the number was 50. Now they've backed that down to 45. And just important to get out in front of this stuff.
Yeah. All right. We've talked golf. We've talked everything to do with college football recruiting. On the field, though, when it comes to college football, a variety of new coordinators in places. Yeah, I want you to rank. I've got 6 for you. I want you to tell me the most important and the least important coordinator change on offense in the SEC. We'll get into that conversation when we come back. As well. A couple of basketball notes for you, other than Bob Huggins being let go. More bad news for Kentucky basketball. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. Aaron Bradshaw, their 7-foot freshman, he has a broken bone in his foot, could miss the start of the season. Things are piling up on Calipari right now.
Well, because the roster is depleted. Obviously what you've got on that roster is talent. You just don't have the numbers right now. So injuries are the last thing you can take on.
Also, the NBA draft is this week. Everyone knows that Brandon Miller, the former Alabama player, will go in the top 3, right? 1, 2, or 3. Still projected will work out with Charlotte again. But Noah Clowney looks like he's going to be a first-round guy. So much so that over the weekend he got an invite to the green room at the NBA, usually reserved for a top 20 pick. So Noah Clowney will be in the green room at the NBA draft coming up this week.
And I don't know about you, but I'm one of those, even if I got the invite and I wasn't sure, I'd still go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want that VIP treatment. You get a free trip.
Friends and family get to go with you.
Yeah, you get a lot of pub, even if you're the lone guy standing there at the end of the night and it didn't get drafted.
You can't pick how the draft's going to go or anything, but for some reason, as you see Clowney there getting that invite, 20th player to receive the invite, that's usually about the cutoff line to be in the green room there. For some reason, just seems like he could be an added piece to the Miami Heat, right? Seems like a Miami Heat kind of player. Little inside-outside dual threat guy. And I would imagine the Heat's picking somewhere about middle of the pack there. So we'll see if Noah Clowney ends up in Miami or another franchise that could be interesting for the Alabama player, the second first-round draft pick.
Got a ton of upside. Obviously got to put some pounds on that frame. 6'10", 210.
But if you get 2 guys drafted in the top 20, that just goes back to show you how disappointing the ending of the season was for that basketball team.
No doubt. And it looks like Brandon Miller is going to go number 2 overall to Charlotte, which will make him the highest, along with Antonio McDyess, who went number 2 overall, I think, in 96.
To the Nuggets, right?
Yeah, the highest Alabama draft picks ever.
All right, so that's the NBA draft happening a little bit later this week. And one more thing from Forrester here before we take our next break and get back into the conversation. save this for a couple of days. I never have gotten to it. It's always been on our call sheet. But last week we had another minor league baseball team announced. And listen, when you're on a river, you're always looking for a river tie-in. Put this up, Forrester, the new logo. This is the Missouri River Motorboaters. They're going to be the Motorboaters, LT.
Motorboaters, that's fine. The gear is completely awful, though.
Yeah. But motorboating, Rockstar, when you think motorboating, do you think baseball?
I think Jim Dunaway motorboating a team that's down behind or whatever, right?
Yeah,
I think motorboat them.
Yeah, you got to motorboat them.
Do you think Jane Seymour, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman?
I do. I do think of Wedding Crashers, right?
Yeah.
Motorboating. He's a motorboating SOB. Motorboaters, the Missouri River Motorboaters. That's a little pontoon boat is what that baseball is.
Boat.
Yeah, you like pontoon boats?
I like, if I had my pick, I would go pontoon over anything.
It's a smooth ride on the lake.
Call me old, but I just like hanging out on the lake. I don't like, being on the lake for speed.
Right.
I like to drink beer, float, and listen to music.
So a little motorboating. I mean, what kind of promotion nights can you do? I mean, at some point you got to have a wet T-shirt contest, right?
Yeah, that wouldn't cause problems at all.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore. That was a big thing in the 80s.
We're going to pass out 3,000 pearl necklaces. One will be legitimate.
Which one's the legitimate one, though? Like, I don't understand where you're going.
Good luck to that promotions department there. The motorboaters there on the Missouri riverbanks. All right.
You can give away a free rack, too, right?
That's right. Rack of ribs.
Yeah. You could have a plastic surgeon sponsor it.
Yeah. You could do plastic surgery.
Call it a free rack, too. I'm Dr. Stevenson. I'll give you a free rack.
I need to call these. I can come up with some great promotions for them.
They probably need the help.
Yeah.
Probably sell some signage for them. When we come back, new coordinators in the SEC. How important are some of them, and do any really make a difference? I'll get LT's thoughts on those when we come back on the show. That's being brought to you by our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com is the website. We've been telling you about Legacy for years around here. In fact, they have been the official credit union of UAB for 60 years, and Legacy has several things they offer you. Everyday checking. They have the lifestyle loans. They're wonderful with car and truck loans as well. If you're looking for the best rates in anything, go online to LegacyCreditUnion.com first to check out what they have for you. With that everyday checking, no monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit and those instant issued debit cards as well. Check them out online, LegacyCreditUnion.com. That lifestyle loan, no collateral required, affordable low rates. That can help you if you've got unexpected medical expenses, or if you want to update the house, the backyard, or take that dream vacation. Lifestyle loans are there for you from Legacy, the official credit union of UAB, a company that's been dedicated to the education and healthcare industries in the Birmingham area for 60 years. An official sponsor, the official credit union of UAB Athletics. It's Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the next round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Back with you on the next round. Our friends at Michelson Laser Vision sponsoring the show today. We appreciate them being with us. Also, our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And, of course, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, which we're broadcasting from. Always a great weekend to get out there and enjoy sports and all the pari-mutuel betting and others that you get at the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino. Brownie out this week, enjoying some time with his family. He'll be back with us next week. And then not too long after that, we'll be up in Nashville for SEC Media Days. We're about to talk a little SEC in just a second. But first, let me tell you about Brownie's Garage first. It's our friends at Tough Dog Coatings. Let's go inside Brownie's Garage and take a look at the sort of the redo they did of the garage there. To be honest, it was your average-looking, dingy old garage, and then the folks at Tough Dog went in there and changed it for the Brown house, and they did it easy. They threw down this new floor with a 15-year warranty. Easy to clean, looks amazing, doesn't crack or wear out like epoxy floors do. They will not yellow in sunlight to get the wear and tear on it that you get from tires and oil leaks and all that. It exceeds the OSHA ratings for anti-slip as well, so a lot better footing there if you're maybe got some young kids that like to play in the garage there and use that in a bad weather day to get in there and have a good time. All that with our friends at Tough Dog Coatings. To find out more about Tough Dog Garage Floors, just go onto their website, toughdoggaragebfloors.com. That's TUFF, toughdoggaragebfloors.com. Or you can call them up, 205-947-3639, 205-947-3639. You see the reworked garage there for the Browns, how dingy and dark it looked, and just that new floor brightens the whole place up. It's our friends at Tough Dog Garage Floors, toughdoggaragebfloors.com, toughdoggaragebfloors.com. Rockstar's viewing menu coming up later this segment, but now coordinators. I'll call out 6 of them. You write them down real quick, and I want you to rank them for me. Georgia's got a new situation. Mike Bobo for Todd Monken. Alabama obviously has Tommy Rees in place of Bill O'Brien. Dan Enos in place of Kendall Briles at Arkansas. Dowell Loggins in place of our buddy Satterfield at South Carolina. Liam Cohen is back at Kentucky. And then Bobby Petrino is there at Texas A&M. Obviously, we take out the new coaching staffs at places like Auburn. Of those 6 right there, give me, I think I know the answer, the most important one, the biggest change there, the most important coordinator change that you're watching going into this season.
Well, the most important is going to be Bobby Petrino. And, you know, a couple of reasons. A&M had the 13th worst, 13 of 14 scoring offense in the SEC. They only averaged 22 points per game. That's pathetic. And you just wonder Jimbo's ego, Bobby Petrino's ego. Jimbo really doesn't want to give up play calling, But if you bring in a guy like Bobby Petrino, that's his specialty. You got to let him do his thing. And I think with Wegman coming back at quarterback, I think A&M's going to be really, really improved. You know, I'm never high on Jimbo Fisher. But I think if he lets Bobby Petrino do his job, this could be the most important piece. And I think A&M's production could go up over 10 points per game.
And you've talked about this a couple of times. They could be the surprise team in the SEC this year.
Could be, yeah.
Could be the surprise team if they get along. So far, so good with Bobby Petrino. The next one's more interesting to me. Where do you think the second most important change is?
Well, I mean, so this doesn't really factor in on winning a conference championship, but I think they could win 10 games, and I think it's Kentucky. Again, when you bring in Devin Leary, if he stays healthy, I think he's a better, at least college quarterback than Will Levis is. Liam Cohen, this is an offense that averaged over 30 points per game. He goes back to the Rams for a year, and they drop to the worst offense in the SEC. I mean, this is an offense that only averaged 20 points per game. I think he can take them right back up close to 30 points per game.
You know, it's interesting to me.
And on paper, I think they can win 10 games.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. If Kentucky wins 10 games, they will be the surprise team of the SEC, no matter what Texas A&M does. That surprises me you went there and not to Georgia with Mike Bobo and Todd Monken. But I would imagine you just think Mike Bobo's smart enough to go there and just sort of keep doing the things Todd Monken's done the last couple of years.
Yeah, so give me Alabama's offensive coordinators, like even the Doug Nussmeier years, Brian Dable. I mean, guys that just come in when you have that much talent around you. And obviously, Dable's a very proven guy. I mean, you look what he's doing right now in the NFL. In year one, had the Giants in the postseason. But with those pieces, it can't fall off too much. I mean, Georgia averaged over 40 points per game last year. You're breaking in a new quarterback. Mike Bobo doesn't excite me, but I think there's enough familiarity where not much is going to change.
Well, one thing you've seen with Nick Saban over the years in Tuscaloosa is that they sort of found things they like to do offensively, and no matter who the coordinator came in, they would just keep doing those things offensively, and the coordinator would sort of adapt to the Alabama style. You wonder if what Todd Monken has unlocked in the Georgia offense the last couple of years, if that's what Kirby wants to do now. Mike Bobo comes in. Mike Bobo, a Georgia guy, smart enough to take what Todd Monken has done and just sort of turn that into, that's the Georgia offense. You adapt to us and not us change everything to fit you.
You know, this Georgia defense only gives up 12 points per game last year, which is just incredible. It's number one scoring defense in college football. But when you look at Georgia's offense, the numbers are there. They averaged over 500 yards per game. They averaged over 41 points per game. But when you watch a Georgia game, it just doesn't seem like that, does it?
It does not, no.
I mean, there doesn't seem like there's explosion. You haven't had really a dominant receiver since A.J. Green, maybe? I mean, you've had good ones. Mecole Hardman was good.
No, I mean, you think about Alabama's 2020 team, how they seemed like they could score in 51 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, they were just, one big explosive play, and I'm talking about 70, 80-yard plays. You don't get that with Georgia. But for whatever reason, it doesn't matter because they still go undefeated, win national championships, average over 40 points per game, and then have the best scoring defense in all of football.
Tommy Rees excites me in Tuscaloosa. Dan Enos, we've talked about with Arkansas. New coordinators in some new places there in the SEC. Well, Rockstar's View, I mean, you every day on the show is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Speaking of great coordinators and some of the names you were mentioning at Alabama over the years, as part of their new piece they have at New Life Art, some of the Saban year legacy.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next master work in oils. The legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art. Special pre-publication pricing through July 15th. Just go to danielmooreart.com.
You know, in Peacock, there's a Guns N' Roses documentary. I think it was on Reels. I'm not sure. America's Most Dangerous Band. Did you ever see that one?
I did not. I'd like to see it, though.
There's not really been an official documentary on the band.
I saw Breaking the Band.
Yeah, there hadn't been like just something big-time official. I would love to see because the breakup between Slash and Axl, and they finally got back together in like 2014 or 16 to just make millions upon millions of dollars touring, even though he can't sing anymore.
Do you think there's a lot of from their heyday? Do you think there's a lot of behind-the-scenes footage out there?
I don't know. There's just the stuff that, what was the song on Appetite? It's one of the final songs, and Axl, as a FU to Steven Adler, the drummer, he was with Steven's girlfriend at the time, and they recorded it, and they tracked it in the song, so you can hear them going at it.
Oh, wow.
So Axl with the drummer's girlfriend at the time.
Yeah, that usually is what we call really breaking the band.
Yeah, so it's just interesting. And that was the first album. And they still, I think Steven Adler got kicked out because of the drug use, which is crazy. But on Hulu, especially, it's something interesting I saw. Lance, you loved the movie White Men Can't Jump. It's a good movie.
No, I thought it was good. Yeah, when it came out in 1992, when I first saw
Almost 30 years ago.
Entertaining. Ron Shelton, the guy that wrote and directed Cobb and a lot of other stuff, Bull Durham. He was the guy behind it. Wesley Snipes, a Woody Harrelson, big Woody Harrelson fan. I know you're bringing up the new one.
Yeah, the remake. There's a remake from the guy that did House Party.
I walked in and young Jack was watching it, and I was like, "Come on, you!" And he's like, "It's not bad." He's like, "It's not as good as the original." Jack Harlow.
But he'd seen the original.
Yeah, he's seen the original.
I just think that's it. And there's something I've been obsessed with lately. I don't know about Food That Made America. I'm trying to get our boy Adam Richmond back on because he's heavily featured in it. It is such a good show. They feature how something so not interesting about soup in America. For example, Campbell's. The guy that had Campbell's got bought out because it was a fruit canning place at first, and another guy bought him out the whole thing and said, "I want to do soup," and he said, "I'm going to try to do." And Heinz was taking care of everything. Heinz had ketchup and everything, but they were doing soup, but their cans were massive. And he said, "I'm going to learn how to condense soup so there's less water so I can sell more of them." And it's just, and they got Andy Warhol to do the design. It's just, the backstory with Adam Richmond is such a good talker. It's just so interesting. But to watch 45 minutes on soup, it is so interesting. It's called The Food That Built America.
Yeah. So it was a fruit packing plant in cans, and they flipped it to soup.
He sold it, and the name. His name was like Don Campbell, and the guy was like, "I don't want you. I'm going to buy you out. I have a small percentage of this, but I want to buy it out because I don't want to do fruit anymore. I think canning is the new thing to keep preserved food." And the guy didn't like it, so he sold him out. So I'm sure Mr. Campbell was real happy.
I've seen that one
because that's what made Campbell soups when I was young so amazing. Is
you just added water.
Yeah, you put that one can in and you added one more can of water in it, and they got it condensed.
That saved them so much money. And Heinz did it because they had tomato soup. Their cans were massive, and they're like, "We're losing all." And Heinz was pissed because he wanted to hold control of ketchup and soup.
Pandemic, I did a little bit of the Campbell soup. I've still got some cans, I think, that I haven't used, but that stuff lasts forever. But like just the simple tomato soup, that with the grilled cheese.
Yeah, it's a good meal. It's a good meal. That's what Rockstar's watching tonight.
Where are you on Silo right now?
I did not know this. Sometimes I start late, so I flew through them. 8 episodes, I guess I'm through. Whatever is up to date. The next one doesn't come out until June 23rd. So, and I think, tell me if this is possible. But it's on Apple TV, so if it was on Max, I would understand that maybe it was airing live on HBO. But I made it to like the 44-minute mark the other night. I think it was Friday night. I made it to the 44-minute mark, and then it started spinning wheel. And I could go watch anything else on any other streaming service, even on Apple TV streaming service. I could watch it anywhere. But I couldn't get past the 44-minute and 30-second mark, a big scene that was happening. And then
go back and get it the next day?
But like at the top of the hour, I was able to go back and watch it all. Is there a chance that I had watched it?
Watching it live and it just froze?
I'd started it too early or something?
So what happens to me sometimes on that where it's retraining is I'll start something on demand, and the best way to do it is pause it for about 20 minutes and then come back because then you're never really going to be caught up, and it won't retrain like that.
Yeah, but it was weird because that's when I realized when I finished that episode finally, I was like, so the new one doesn't come out now until next week. So I've got to wait until the 23rd later this week to get caught up. But it's a really interesting show. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I think I'm 4 episodes in.
Okay, so you still like it?
Yeah, yeah. I might watch a couple more tonight, trying to figure that out. But I showed the kids, I try to do different movies that they haven't seen. And so we watched Casino over the weekend. Whew. And
Does Leighton like seeing these? Does she
No.
watch them?
Leighton,
It's the boys?
It's the boys,
Okay.
yeah. We did watch, what did we watch? Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, which was a rough watch last night.
That's a rough elevator scene.
Yeah, but Leighton and her buddy Camille were over, and Jack and Jason, we watched Girl with the Dragon Tat. But going back, Casino, both of those are outstanding movies.
I love Casino. That was good.
What's great is Dunaway comes in here and says, the past month I've lost Succession, I've lost A Wonderful Mrs. Maisel, and I've lost Ted Lasso. I just don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I mean, those are three that I've watched the last few years. They've been, coming out of the pandemic, those were good shows. I enjoyed them all.
Yeah, but I think you could go back and watch Succession. I watched a lot of stuff yesterday.
No, but I've rewatched it once already.
Oh, okay, because I'm rewatching it. Jack just got done with Ozark, so he's watching Succession. And so we are on Austerlitz, which is coming up, episode 7, season 1. Yeah. And then my favorite episode, Prague, is the episode after, episode 8, Tom's Bachelor Party.
No, that's a good one, where they go underground.
Yeah. I'd love to go to just to see one of those, because those do exist. I've never been invited.
Yeah. You'd like to go to one of those?
Mm-hmm.
Not with the same mouthwash, though.
No. Remember, there's different rooms you can hang out in.
Yeah. All right. Halfway through the show, that's what Rockstars are watching tonight by our friends at New Life Art. When we come back, we'll jump into a lot more of what's going on in the world, including a decision that's not yet made on a future Hall of Fame receiver, maybe, who's out there. Sort of a good time to pause. And the Stallions are back in the USFL playoffs. We'll tell you how you can get tickets to that and a lot more. Final 2 hours of the show coming up right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jody writes in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Great place to go get your tires checked or bumper-to-bumper service as it's summer travel season's upon us. He says Common is such a great bad guy on Silo. Is he the bad guy?
To the point I've gotten to, Common is becoming more of a character. He's getting a little more material on there. I was trying to tell, who was it? That Common used to be just a rapper. And it seems like Common, all he does is act anymore. I don't know. I guess he's still putting music out.
I do not know.
I have no idea.
I had an opportunity to meet him one time. Really nice guy.
I like him as an actor, and he's really great in this series. Plays a really pivotal role as it moves on.
Well, I watched American Gangster this week. I know people out there are like, damn, all you do is watch movies. But
you do watch an amazing amount of movies. Like, I cannot sit and watch something for 2.5 hours.
Well, you can because you watch like back-to-back Ted Lassos and
But
Silos.
Ted Lassos are 30 minutes, 40 minutes maybe. Silos I don't watch back-to-back ever.
Ever?
Yeah, yesterday, because it was Father's Day and Maggie wanted to spend some time with me,
she threw you a bone.
Just the way you say it.
I know.
We watched the final 2 episodes of Maisel, which was an hour each, hour and a half in the final
Did you bring the
episode.
stopwatch? You got 2 hours.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Had to
Let's
go
hang
2.5.
Yeah, but I mean, you play golf for like 5 straight hours every day.
Well, it's 4 hours, 3.5 to 4 hours. Not every day, just 3 or 4 days a week. NH3425, we started the show off with Bob Huggins discussing that. He's reading that Joe Mazzulla from the Celtics and Tom Crean are getting mentioned to replace Bob Huggins at West Virginia. Mazzulla, he's kept his Celtics job so far. I don't know what kind of excitement that would bring West Virginia fans. It brings the Celtics no excitement, right?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though.
And how old is Tom Crean now?
Tom Crean has got to be right at 60.
That's it?
Yeah.
Tom Crean, the guy that was at Georgia?
Yeah.
Right? And Marquette?
Marquette.
Ooh, that wouldn't excite me either. I mean, I don't want to
57.
I don't want to lose Andy from UAB. But if I liked what Bob Huggins is doing, that's the way Andy coaches.
Yeah, and Mazzulla, Brad Stevens loves him. So you're a Celtics fan, you don't like what Mazzulla's doing, he ain't going anywhere right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but they are looking for a coach. Bob Huggins stepping down over the weekend. Wyndham Clark is your U.S. Open champion at the World Series in Omaha. Florida wins last night 5-4. They're still in the winner's bracket. Today, Tennessee and Stanford at 1 o'clock, elimination game. Loser goes home. 6 o'clock tonight, winner's bracket game. LSU and Wake Forest, the only 2 teams all season long that's ever been ranked number 1, and they finally play each other tonight. Those are some of your headlines that are out there rolling along. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Slice Pizza, getting you ready for lunch.
Yeah, 4 locations. Almost went yesterday with my nieces and young Reed and his wife Emily. Got caught up on something, so didn't get out, but they went to Slice yesterday, the Vestavia location. Sat next to one of my good friends, Jimmy. A lot of people just absolutely love Slice. If you've never had it before, you're missing out because it's the best pizza in Birmingham, created by the Bajalia brothers. Again, 4 great locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, local ingredients. Again, for more information, you can check out those specialty pizzas right now online for lunch or dinner. Go to slicebirmingham.com.
What really is crazy about the Wyndham Clark win, this from ESPN Stats and Info, his best finish in 6 previous majors was tied for 75th. That in the 2021 PGA Championship, according to ESPN Stats and Info, the worst by a major winner of all time with a minimum of 5 starts in a major. So tied for 75th. He'd never sniffed doing what he did this past weekend. And that, instantly when you win one major, it's almost automatic. We start thinking about, okay, he wins 1. how many can this guy win? He's 29. He tied for 75th, was his best major finish ever until this time around. He's got 2 tour wins now, both of them this year. Ironically, his $7.52 million for those 2 wins is the most money ever earned in a person's first 2 career wins. So he's setting all kinds of records. But it seems like this guy's more of a one-and-doner than a guy we can count on to win multiple ones, right?
Yeah, of the top 15 official world rankings in golf, how many do you think of the top 15 have never won a major?
I would say 6.
Well, help me out. Cameron Smith has not, has he?
Don't think so.
Because I'm just doing this real quick. I don't think Cameron Smith has, and I don't think. Well, it's Fitzpatrick won 1. I think Fitzpatrick did win 1.
I did not think Fitzpatrick has won 1 either.
I think he has. I think 8 of the 15 though haven't won a major championship. Can't lay at 4. Victor Hovland at 5. I know they have not. Schauffele at 6. I know he is not. I don't think Smith has at 7.
Cameron Smith won the Open Championship.
Okay, and then I'll take that back. Fitzpatrick, check that one.
He won the Open Championship last year.
Yeah. Max Homa has not. Will Zalatoris, who, by the way, seems like he's disappeared. He's 11th. He has not. Tony Finau at 14 is not. Tyrrell Hatton at 15 is not. Fitzpatrick?
Oh, I didn't.
That's the only one I know. Yeah, I'm just saying if he didn't, then it's 8 of 15.
It seems like he won 1, but I may be wrong.
And I don't know, man. It's just, again, there's so many great young golfers out there.
Does that make it exciting for you?
It makes it exciting for me, yeah.
Or do you miss the dynasty?
No, I like the unpredictability. I really do. I think it makes it that much more exciting. And, what it does, though, is, a guy like Rory McIlroy with his game to go 9 years without winning a major is just incredible. And some of these guys, when they're dialed in, it looks like, how can they not win a major year in, year out? I mean, when's the last time Spieth won a major? He's still 10th in the world right now, but I can't remember the last time Spieth won a major.
Matt Fitzpatrick, 2022 U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He won one. So 7 of the 15 have not.
The 2 we did not think won last year. Cam Smith in the Open in 2022 and Fitzpatrick in 2022, the U.S. Open.
Yeah, no, I thought Fitzpatrick had. I didn't think Cam Smith had, and then the other ones obviously have it.
Interesting time for golf right there, no doubt about it. Okay, I wanted to get into a little bit more college football here. We've already unveiled our team, number 30 today, the UTSA Roadrunners. UAB, like UTSA and the others, moving into the American Conference. Tulane from the American was the New Year's Six Bowl representative last year. Good chance Tulane will get a lot of highly thought of preseason rankings, maybe even in the AP poll when the season starts. But if I go next 5 years on some of these teams and I'll compare them with others, you tell me who you think has a better next 5 years. And we've talked a lot about Florida today. If I said next 5 years, Tennessee, and I'll try to keep these sort of like programs so that you can make a comparison. Tennessee, UTSA, it's hard to make a comparison. Tennessee and Florida, next 5 years, who would you buy more stock in having the most success, Tennessee or Florida?
Well, I'm going to buy Tennessee, and I know easy just saying based on last year, but look, Tennessee with Josh Heupel, the offense doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere. The defense can only get better. He's doing a good job recruiting. I mean, Tennessee, the year they had last year, obviously their best in 14 years. Or hell, maybe their best since, I can't even remember. 2007 was the last time they had gone to an SEC championship game. But could you make the argument that last year was as good as anything they've had since the late Fulmer days?
Yeah, without a doubt. The best year they've had since the Fulmer days.
Yeah, and I'm just not buying Billy Napier right now. I think the Florida program's going in the wrong direction.
Tougher, next 5 years, Auburn or Tennessee, more success?
That gets a little more difficult because I love Hugh Freeze. I think he's going to do an outstanding job. I think with no divisions, I'll take the Auburn Tigers.
Auburn over Tennessee. And no need to ask you Auburn over Florida then, right?
Right.
So Auburn, you go Auburn there. Into the league, Texas and Oklahoma, next 5 years, most success.
Oh, Texas.
Texas easy.
Texas easy.
How much of that is Venables?
I don't know if Venables or Sark will be there, but I just know Sark's already amassed talent. Sark did have a semblance of a successful season last year. Venables kind of year one was kind of a disaster at 6-7.
Next 5 years, Texas or LSU?
LSU.
Well, those are quick answers.
Yep. Well, again, Texas hadn't won a conference championship since 2009. LSU won a national championship with Ed Orgeron in 2019. Les Miles won a national championship. What do you think Brian Kelly's going to be able to do with this program? I mean, this is, when you just stack them, Georgia, Alabama, LSU are the best programs.
Next 5 years, LSU or Alabama?
It becomes more difficult, but I'm going to go LSU.
How come?
I believe in Brian Kelly. I don't think Nick Saban is going to be there for 5 full years.
And so an instant drop-off after that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think whoever Alabama hires is going to be as good as Brian Kelly.
Next 5 years, Ohio State or Michigan?
I'm going to go Ohio State. I know the last 2 years, Michigan has won that game, and they've been to the college football playoff, but I'll still go Ohio State.
Next 5 years, Florida State or Clemson?
I'm still going to go Dabo. I know Florida State's got the momentum right now. I think Clemson has the better year, though.
Next 5 years, Texas A&M or Texas?
Oof. I'm going to go Texas. I don't feel great about that answer, though.
How come? I mean, you got them easily over Oklahoma. You don't have them as good as LSU.
Because let me give you a hypothetical. This probably doesn't happen in a million years. But if Jimbo Fisher was fired after this year or next and Urban Meyer took over A&M, it's just a matter of time before he wins a national championship.
Yeah, but, I mean, the chance of that happening is slim and none.
Slim and none, yeah. But you get the right guy with that job.
But don't you always say that about Texas?
Yeah.
Seems like we would say that about several of those kind of jobs. Next 5 years, Houston or Baylor?
I'll go Houston.
No way.
Yeah, because Holgerson's going to be gone after this year, and then they're going to pay to bring in a big-time coach.
What kind of coach are they going to get at Houston?
Well, I think you look at what you've got in basketball right now because you're competitive with salaries with Kelvin Sampson. I think you're going to be able to do the same. I mean, Houston's got big backing. They're going to the Big 12. Yeah, I think Houston can be a monster in that conference.
Next 5 years, Kansas State or TCU?
Oh, I'll go Kansas State just based on head coach. Look, I know Sonny Dykes played for a national championship last year. Chris Kleiman is the better coach. His track record has shown it. And, I think it's going to be every 3 or 4 years, Kansas State's going to be in the mix. I don't think they're going to be consistently 10, 11 wins. I think it's going to drop down to 7 or 8, then they'll bounce back up on those good years, much like Bill Snyder. And they'll have an occasional 11-1 year where they actually get to the college football playoff.
Next 5 years, Penn State or Wisconsin?
Okay, so Penn State's a much better job. We agree, right?
Oh, yeah.
But in Luke Fickell, I'm going to believe here. I think Wisconsin is going to be that team over Penn State in the next 5 years.
Next 5 years, USC or Ohio State?
USC.
More than Ohio State?
I think so.
How come?
Well, I just think it's look, both are going to get elite recruits, but I think USC coming to the Big Ten, they're going to be able to not only get the athletes they were getting before, but getting into Big Ten country, they'll steal a lot from Ohio State. And I believe more in Lincoln Riley than Ryan Day. It's close, but I would go USC.
Next 5 years, Georgia or anybody else?
I will take Georgia.
Georgia over the field for 5 years.
I think for the next 5 years, Georgia's – you saw Saban was the best, college football program for, 13, 14 years? And I think Kirby Smart has probably got another good at least 5 years in him.
Georgia versus the field there. How about that? Greg says, ask him next 5 years, Alabama or Auburn. He says that may be a tough one.
I still go Alabama. Because, if Saban gives you 3 years, they're going to be in a better spot.
Yeah. Georgia versus the field, and you go Georgia.
What would you take?
I don't know. I'm asking the questions. You never see who is the old guy on Jeopardy
Alex Trebek.
He only gave you the answers afterwards to make you look dumb. Maybe. Obviously that was Anna Sandler.
It was contention from moi. Obviously.
No, you got to go Alabama over Auburn right now.
Yeah. Next 5 years, but the one that confused me was Georgia in the field.
But honestly, outside of Georgia, Alabama, and LSU, if I had to go a fourth team moving forward, I think I might go Auburn.
All right, breaking news from the NBA, and then we'll get to trash. But this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's, champyschicken.com. Champyschicken.com, open for lunch right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew will take care of you. Wonderful southern fried chicken, cooked to order, piping hot when it comes out. I'm a two-breast guy, big breast that you get there at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119. Love the white meat there, the sides, all the wonderful hand-cut chicken fingers, the poor boys, and the Mississippi Delta recipes, tamales. It's all right there. It's Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Draymond Green is declining his $27.5 million player option and is now an unrestricted free agent. That coming from ESPN. Green now can talk with the Warriors and explore a sign and trade deal and free agency. So he has, by declining this player option, he can go anywhere he wants to go now.
Well, that would be a big loss for the Warriors.
Not 20. Is that 27.5 or 275 million? Let's see.
No.
27.5.
Yeah,
okay.
27.5.
Yeah. Draymond Green declining his $27.5 million player option and will become an unrestricted free agent.
The Warriors, who just won a championship last year, kind of that forgotten team. When everybody talks about next year, they start with the Denver Nuggets based on the fact that they just won one and Jokic playing out of his mind. And then the team I brought up last week, I said, look, I could easily see, depending on when James Harden goes, if he goes to the Suns, watch out. Bradley Beal, to me, I think you make an argument there are better parts of Bradley Beal's game than James Harden. And for the Suns to pick up his $200 million contract, they've got 4 max guys now.
They do. They're spending $163 million a year on just 4 guys.
Yeah. And Ayton, probably not a guy that deserves it, but he's at least there for this year. They're the third shortest odds to win the championship. Denver's still your favorite, then the Boston Celtics, then the Phoenix Suns. But if everybody can stay healthy, and that's a big if, because Bradley Beal's missed games, Kevin Durant's obviously missed games, but if Durant, Booker, Beal, and Ayton can stay healthy, watch out for the Phoenix Suns.
All right, that's the developing news with Draymond Green. You're leaving $27.5 million on the table. You don't go instantly into your Turner career yet. You sign somewhere else and keep playing while you can, right?
I at least pick my best landing spot, and I take my money.
All right, DeAndre Hopkins sort of dealing with the same type of stuff as a free agent, looking for his next gig. Last week visited the Titans and the Patriots. Enjoyed both those visits, said both programs are on board with him, but he's in no rush to sign. He's going to wait and see if there's another suitor that pops up for DeAndre Hopkins, because there's nothing for him to do until camps open in July. It's sort of a dead period for the NFL players. We'll see if anyone else comes forward evaluating after these mandatory mini camps if they need DeAndre Hopkins. He's hoping still another suitor comes calling.
Yeah, I mean, both said great visits with the Titans and the Patriots. And for DeAndre, it's just great to have options. I don't know if we're ever going to see the DeAndre Hopkins, at 1 minute was the best wide receiver in football. But DeAndre Hopkins still would be by far your best option for the Patriots and probably for the Titans.
Hopkins is out there changing some odds. Maybe when he picks an NFL roster, you can follow the odds. He just mentioned, LT did, the future odds of the NBA to go make a bet. You can do that with our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Makes it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, and they pay right there with our friends at MyBookie. Sign up today at MyBookie and use the promo code NEXTROUND. Next round to secure a first deposit bonus up to $1,000. It's simple. Deposit $200 and play with $300 instantly just using the promo code next round to claim your bonus. Whether you're a diehard or a casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Back in a moment.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Back with you on the Next Round. Arkansas is the landing spot for Bree Ellis. The Auburn slugger had over 20 home runs this year. There you see a nice picture of her now in Arkansas gear. You'll remember a couple of Alabama transfers left over the last couple of years and landed at Arkansas. So Bree Ellis, the slugger from Auburn, through the portal and landing there. A big win last night for the U.S. men's team. They win the CONCACAF Nations Cup, the title last night, beating Canada 2-0. Chris Richards of Birmingham, from the Birmingham area, Hoover maybe. He scored a goal last night. Is he I wonder if he's the first, it can't be Alabama native because Mia Hamm did, first male Alabama native ever to score a goal.
Probably from Tyler.
For the Team USA team. Got it probably from Tyler?
Probably. All Chris Richards, C. Arcola.
Yeah, there you go. Chris Richards with the goal last night. The men hoist that cup there with that 2-0 win over Canada. And we talked to you about the Stallions earlier. The Stallions' best record in the playoffs. They play a Sunday playoff game. Remember last year all the playoffs were up in Canton in the championship. So you get a home playoff game this year, Sunday, 6 o'clock. They'll take on New Orleans, 8-2 versus 7-3, the two best records in the playoffs, playing each other. Pittsburgh and Michigan play Saturday night, 7 o'clock on NBC. Sunday night at 6 on Fox. It'll be Birmingham 8-2 against New Orleans 7-3. The winner plays for the USFL Championship again. Alex Magoo, the Stallions quarterback, expected to be named the league MVP.
Wow.
When it's all said and done.
I mean, what kind of odds would you have given me Stallions back-to-back?
Oh. I mean, the first year they were one of the long shots to win it all. They won it all, and now they're the best record in the league again. and 2 wins away from winning the championship for a back-to-back year. Skip Holtz changing his legacy, at least here in the South, of how well he can coach, especially offensive football. Dr. B bringing you LT's new look hair under. It's unsheathed today. It's no hat. It's uncovered.
Unsheathed. Yes, Dr. Beckenstein is the dude you need to call. I'm telling you, he's the best in the business. When I started to thin out, lose a little hair, he is the guy everyone said, reach out to. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. T3hair.net. Remember, Dr. B also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Bob asked a great question. When will Skip get some calls? Like, do you think his future is calling offensive plays in the NFL as a coordinator? Do you think he'll be a college head coach again, or do you think Skip will just use this as sort of a semi-retirement and just keep doing this league and then hang it up from there?
I could see that, but Skip's only 61, so there is still coaching in Skip. And when you look back at what he was able to do, early on at UConn, he won 8 games in his second season. Not bad. Then in 98, won 10 games. That got him the East Carolina job back before UConn was, really even a factor. I guess they weren't even D1 then. But East Carolina had really good years there, and it really was just one bad South Florida year. And then his final year at South Florida, 3-9. His final year at Louisiana Tech, 3-9. But outside of that, he had some really good years for those schools.
Yeah, came to the Birmingham Bowl a couple of times along the way. We'll see what's next for Skip. Hopefully a couple more wins and another championship while his feet's here in the USFL. All right, trash time. Rockstar, hit that big button.
We can't turn the we can't turn the clock back. I know it's after midnight. We can't turn the clock back and turn it back into the mid-'80s and put on a Whitey Herzog team.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Sorry, the best is the guys going, ooh.
Oh, yeah, ooh. Boy, just to make it even worse. For him to pull out of the ditch, though, I would have just tapped out, I think. Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done with locations in Birmingham and Leeds. Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. Bobby from the Vulcan Tire and Auto chat room tweeted out and tagged me on it yesterday, this obituary out of Kentucky. Rocky, you're going to love this. Dude was born James Lovelace, and I wish I would have gotten you to pull his picture. He's a rough-looking cat. He was born March 11, 1963. He passed away this past week, June 14th, 2023. Here is the obituary. Born and raised in Kentucky in 1963, a state that has been recently leaning towards more liberal values. We might add Jamie, a divorcee, father, grandfather, and proud owner of a few lots in the trailer park, had enough and up and died on us June 14th in order to avoid another presidential stolen election mishap in the near future. As a gluttonous eater of fried foods and snack cakes, as well as the occasional chili cheese dog, James tried in vain to give up the ghost by clogging his arteries and having a stroke in 2015. His twin boys, Rocky and Rodney, had other plans and made him go to the hospital. While waiting in the ER at the hospital, he was heard saying, quote, "Let's make a break for it." But that's when hospital staff forced him to go through with the procedure. On many occasions in life, James seen in his backyard in the trailer park during the early hours of the morning, hammering beer, standing over country-style ribs and yelling, "It's got a head like a cat on it," while nearby neighbors would peek out of their windows. We don't know if he was married, but he definitely was a ladies' man. There was Kathy, Mary Lou, Tammy, Deborah, Carrie, Tina.
Oh, my.
He went on to say, quote, "It's in the bones. Women love a good chin," he said. He also loved ice cold bush, room temperature bush, T-bones, New York strip, prime rib, shrimp, swimming, poker, hatchback Mustang GTs, tank tops, men's Kentucky basketball, and his personal copy of Eddie Murphy Raw.
Got a personal copy of that. That's very rare.
Yep. So there you go. Poor guy, gone. You get his picture, though?
Is this him?
Yeah, but you need to find – so go down a little bit and go to the actual little bit, and then you can see the one that they actually posted on it, which is
it's a video. I don't want to get in trouble for video.
I mean, go down further, but it doesn't matter. No. Anyway, rough guy. Investigation into a woman's corpse found in a wooded area near Houston came to an end after the body turned out to be made of silicone. The sheriff's office received a call Wednesday afternoon reporting the body of a dead woman found inside of a partially open bag in the woods. At 3:46 p.m., Sheriff Ed Gonzalez tweeted that after investigators responded, they suspected foul play was involved and were waiting for homicide detectives and crime scene investigation to arrive. However, once detectives arrived and opened the bag, they discovered a full-size, anatomically correct sex doll with pliable skin.
Missing her head, man.
So when
it looks pretty real to me.
So if you're a police officer,
distance.
if you're a police officer and you're not supposed to touch the crime scene until the CSI shows up, that's realistic enough. You don't know how long the body's been out there, right?
Dude, if I saw that in the woods, I'd be calling 911, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't know what was happening. Absolutely. And then the CSI person gets out there. Damn it, George. Can't you tell this is a doll? Why'd you drag me? I left a good meal sitting on the table.
Well, here's what I would do. I would still try to investigate this and find out whoever did this, because I think their next step is a real woman.
Oof. You think this is a test run?
Dude, I mean, first of all, you got a mad kink in having a anatomically correct sex doll to begin with.
It's always confusing to me. How do those things get delivered to you? Like a big box comes to my house going, she's here.
But to actually cut the head off and put it in a bag and take it out to the woods? I mean, this is like training. I'm telling you, you need to find out who this dude is.
It looks like she's got duct tape on her torso, too.
Is it like when they deliver a TV or something? Sir, do you need us to bring this in and set it up
like
for
a
you?
little hand truck and everything, and it's just like...
You tell us where you want it, we'll set it up for you.
It's a basketball goal for my son. I'll do it.
You guys didn't see Don't F with Cats.
No, I have no interest in it.
Yeah.
No.
But, you know, that guy, he started with a cat, and it ended up with a real human. It's the way these things go. Whether good, bad, or ugly, tattoos all have one thing in common. They're supposed to be forever. Like many tatted individuals, a U.S. TikToker wishes they weren't permanent and admitted she has major regret over the dragonfly tattoo she got when she was younger. Now, after her online audience pleaded with her to show it off, Victoria Ashley revealed the large tattoo, which covers her lower back.
The girl with the dragonfly tattoo?
And stretches a little further down.
Massive wings. That's awful.
Yeah, she said her point is marinate on it. Don't go all in. Take your time on whether or not you're going to get a tattoo and what you get a tattoo of. That's one of the worst tattoos I've seen.
It is. And just imagine, as she gets older, those wings are just going to get wider.
Expand. Yep. They're going to expand.
Yep. They're just going to get wider.
He's going to grow with her.
Yeah, that is not good. That is that's larger than a tramp stamp.
Yeah,
what
that
used to be
is.
called in the 80s.
That is. Remember, I got the bird with Raid this past week. You saw the aftermath of that.
Yep. I always wanted one right back here myself, Rockstar.
Please get one.
Yeah, just like
do it.
Be a great bracket challenge payoff.
No.
Just that little round circular logo the size of a quarter right above the old Manscaped line.
Now that he's not here, do you guys think Brown's going to pay off this
it's gonna be a
testicle festival?
I'll pay it off. I'll do it.
Yeah,
I always do it.
Got to find one, guys.
Yep.
Why do you always bring it up?
Busy summer, guys. Busy summer.
Got to find one. I mean, they're either there or they're not. Like, there's a list of them online. It's like we need to pick one before football season, right?
I would say it's not going to happen before football season.
Well, then it's not going to happen. This is going to go back to the Uber thing. We got a 62-year-old man facing firearms charges in Illinois after authorities say he was accidentally shot, but he shot himself in his sleep. Now, this occurred while he was dreaming that he was, quote, defending himself against an intruder in his home. This doesn't make any sense.
There's the thing of night terrors. I knew a woman that her husband had very bad night terrors, and like this is like where you dream so vividly. And I remember she said that he kept a shotgun under the bed.
Yeah, that's where I would keep the firearm away.
Bless you. And one night he had a bad night terror, and he had grabbed her with the gun, like saying, "I'm here to protect you and everything. Get down, get down." And she's like, "You're dreaming, like just that kind of scary stuff." Where in the middle of the night, dude's got a shotgun.
Yeah, the man identified as Mark DeCara used a .357 that he owned to fire the shot around 9:50 p.m. When he fired the revolver, DeCara shot himself in the leg instead, woke up from the dream. Authorities also confirmed during the probe that an attempted burglary did not happen at his residence. It was later determined that the round discharged from his gun went through the leg and lodged itself into the bedding. I just imagine his entire femur was just shattered.
Well, I mean, some people sleep with, maybe a gun under the pillow if they're nervous about something, or in the nightstand beside them, or on the nightstand, or under the bed. And if you have these realistic dreams, you can get your hand on the gun. Anything can happen.
We also got charged too because he didn't have a license for the firearm, so he got a little felony included. So that's fun.
Yeah, injury to insult. And finally, I can't wait to see this picture. Grotesque model reveals what remote workers will look like in 70 years. So while working from home was once a rare treat, it has become the norm for millions of people from the COVID-19 pandemic. But a grotesque new model may have you asking to go back into the office. Researchers from Furniture at Work have revealed what home workers will look like in the year 2100.
Well, just think about it. When you're at home, you don't dress up like when you go into work. If you're at home working all the time, you're sedentary more. You're hunchback, as that person is there. You've always got access to snacks. You can eat at your workstation constantly. I mean, you're pale because you don't get outside. It's easy to see how this could be true.
Yeah, the model dubbed Anna has a hunchback, dark swollen eyes, claw-like hands as a result of working from home. They're saying Anna displays many physical effects because of consistent use of technology.
Man, Adele has let herself go.
Screen exposure and poor posture.
It's Amy Schumer in 5 years.
Ooh, yeah, that's good. Anna's a little rough.
But see, the hunchback thing is a legit thing. It actually was termed, I think it was 8 years ago, shrimping is what it was called, because of us looking at our phones or our laptops or our computers, that the human race will start a shrimping of our backs.
It will. Hunchback, raised shoulders while staring at a screen all day has given her red swollen eyes. Long hours with her hand curled around her mouth has caused her fingers to curl into a permanent claw. She's also fallen victim to weight gain, weak immune system thanks to insufficient fresh air, anxiety, and depression.
So here's the guys, the boys.
Yeah, I mean, like
My man's got a wingspan on him.
Bald patches, eczema, carpal tunnel syndrome, blisters on fingertips, Nintendo arthritis, varicose veins, good God, hunchback, dark circles, and indent in skull. I don't know how you're going to get the indent in your skull, but
from the headphones.
Hairy ears.
From the headphones.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Look at
if we don't get taken out by a virus or a meteor or nuclear war, we get this to look forward to, right?
Yeah, that's why we all have to get outside and exercise more.
I have just thought that people get better looking as we get deeper in society. You would agree with that? Or you look back at old pictures?
You do, but I always wonder how much of that is just skewed by the fact that attractive people are wearing less clothes now than they did in the 80s. Like if the people I went to college with in the 80s, who I consider to be really attractive, if they dressed like they do now in 2023, would they equally look as good as the 2023 college kids?
I don't think it's that. I think people keep themselves in better shape now. I think people look younger than they used to. I think people care about their appearance more.
Probably so. I do think some of that is skewed by the fact that we are getting older. You see what I'm saying? So you never really think about how, like, 40 seemed tremendously old when I was in college, in high school.
No, I get that, but I think what it is I think we've got a bigger pool that we're, when we had less population, you probably were breeding a little close to the gene pool.
Yeah.
I mean, people's teeth are straighter. I mean, there's just a lot of things. People just look better.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, getting you back in the game.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Speaking of all that future technology, we had a change in the rules for the Grammys that was announced over the weekend. I'll pass that along to all of you. Rockstar with some interest there. And LT's picked to win the national championship. We'll talk about LSU football and the rebuild at the top of the hour. All that's still to come right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
It'll be interesting to see where West Virginia goes next and whether they go interim. If you were the athletic director at West Virginia, would you go with an interim or would you try to make a hire right now to try to hold this team together? Because it's a top 20 roster, a team that could contend for the Sweet 16. What would you do?
And somebody over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room did bring up the fact that West Virginia was in Birmingham for the first round in the NCAA tournament, and that probably the last place that Bob Huggins ever coaches. I think I'd go interim. Give myself some time to really think on this and bring in the right guy, because there's only a certain amount of guys that are going to take this job at this particular time.
But if you could get Andy Kennedy, that would be different, I would assume. It would be for me. If I could get Andy Kennedy, if Bob Huggins, coach, you're a West Virginia guy, 16 years, this is your program, this is your roster, who would you give it to?
No, look,
if he said Andy Kennedy.
I think Andy Kennedy would be a great hire. Now, if that's the guy you want, I think you can get Andy Kennedy.
I don't know if you can get Andy Kennedy. I'm just saying. I mean, Andy may be at a point where he just wants to live in Birmingham and be
maybe so
and be the UAB coach.
Maybe so. And now everything's changed so much in college basketball. There was a time where you could definitely say UAB cannot win a national championship. You can't say that anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you go back this past tournament, Florida Atlantic right there in conference with them. Was one missed shot away. If San Diego State doesn't make that jumper at the buzzer, Florida Atlantic's playing for the national championship on a Monday night. So
San Diego State, by the way, sent a letter to the Mountain West Conference trying to delay a month before June, the deadline coming up the end of this month. They want to delay that to July so that they can wait and let them know officially if they're going to leave the Mountain West Conference or not. A lot of people think they're waiting for that official invitation from the Pac-12. They're trying to save a little money, $17 million they would owe to leave the Mountain West if they let them know before June, $34 million if they let them know after June.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The Pac-12 has not offered anything yet. They're kind of waiting to see what the Pac-12's TV deal is going to be. San Diego State has by far been the best program in the Mountain West for years.
Yeah, and now you bring a pretty good football and basketball program with you there. I like that a lot. I don't know what they're waiting on, but we'll see. Eventually they'll make that call. Our friends at Wayne's, a great call for you right now. If you haven't made that call in 50 years, Wayne's can still let you jump on board and party with them and celebrate like we're doing, celebrating their 50th anniversary. All you have to do is go to their website, callwaynes.com, or go to 866-WAYNES1 to jump into the party. Always the best at pest protection, mosquito protection, but now they've got lawn care service and mosquito protection as well. All that right now when you go to callwaynes.com, and 866-WAYNES1. And because it's the 50-year celebration, you can use our promo code TNR, that stands for the next round, TNR, and save $50 on any of those services. Stack them up to save $100, $150, $200, all when you go to callwaynes.com. And here's the best part. It's not just for new customers, existing customers too. No reason you can't save if you're a new or existing customer with Wayne's. Promo code's TNR. Use it. TNR. Save $50 on each of your services right there at callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES1. Listen, I love a good championship ring. The Kansas City Chiefs got theirs over the weekend as they were wrapping up mandatory camp. Good-looking ring here, and a couple of their stars were showing off the ring, but here it is. The Chiefs ring, the KC and the backdrop made of rubies. The rest of that stuff is diamonds. You open it up, you see inside Arrowhead Stadium, and there's a pendant. That opening up, by the way, is a new thing the last couple of rings I've seen.
Rams started that.
Yeah, Rams started it. It's a good-looking ring. It consists of 613 diamonds, 35 rubies, 16.1 carats, and just a good-looking championship ring. Most players don't wear them. They bring them out on special occasions, but it has each player's name on it. As far as championship rings go, you like them? You like it? Good-looking ring?
Yeah, I think it's a good-looking ring. Yeah, it is. I mean, look, these things have gotten so gaudy. I mean, when you put 613 stones on it and you've got something on the inside, I mean, it can only get bigger, wider.
Two-time champions there, Kelsey and Mahomes.
Yeah, it might be the best conversation piece in the world, right? I mean, because even if you've got like a hook arm or a wooden leg, I think
so. Mikey got an old hook arm, got that ring though.
Now, if you got a Super Bowl ring and a hook arm,
yeah, that's going to be big. But like, now I know you would probably say, "Hey, look what happened. Did Shark lop your leg off?" But a lot of people would be uncomfortable asking about that. I don't think anybody would be uncomfortable asking about the Super Bowl ring.
Back to the discussion. John says LT probably hadn't been to Walmart lately. Thinks people are better looking now than they used to be. Chad, I chalk it all up to Photoshop and phone camera filters that you're picturing people at their best when you get them on the Instagram feed or on TVs or on social media, and that's not real pictures.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. I mean, you're Walmart today, but Walmart 40 years ago, the rough are going to be even rougher.
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light poll question, Taylor, throw it out. Do you agree with Lance? Are people better looking today than they were? How many years back you want to go? The 80s, the 1980s?
Yeah, that's fine.
Are people better looking today than they were in the 1980s? Simple poll question, yes or no, right there. You can go to @nextroundlive.com to vote. Around the room, we'll start with Forrester on the very back. Forrester, do you think people are better looking today than when you were in college at Auburn back in the, the early 2000s? Or the 90s?
You're in the neighborhood there, early 2000s.
Okay. So were people better looking now than they were, other than your wife, are people better looking now than they were back in college for you?
I can't say that there's a huge difference between now and when I was in college.
Okay. Lunsford, you're slightly younger than Forrester. Are people better looking now than they were when you were in college?
1,000% yes.
1,000% yes. So you and Forrester sit side by side and apparently look through life different prisms there.
It's just the spectrum has shifted. So like the better looking people have shifted all the way towards one side of the spectrum, and can't see my camera right now, and the worst looking people have gone to the other side of the spectrum. Like the divide is getting bigger.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. But even the people that were kind of off, where the sight line wasn't lined up right, the teeth were a little off, the nose was a little off.
It's all fixed now.
Yeah, all that stuff is coming back together. And it's because better-looking people are mating with better-looking people.
Everyone's saying people are fatter now. That's the most common thing, that people are heavier now than they were back then.
I think that people are better looking because, one, you're seeing only their highlights on social media. Nobody's taking a picture like, this is me shirtless. Ugh. It's always a highlight of me in Paris or something like that. Also, clothes are better fitting for people now that you don't have your belly sticking out. These form-fitting shirts you get and everything where you can kind of hide or blend into your bigness.
But fashion aside, if we were all butt-ass naked, all lined up right there on stage together,
we'd be a rough staff.
Are we better? Are we better looking now than we were, 20, 30, 40 years ago?
Yes, and look,
as a society,
obesity has gone up. But if you go back and watch the movie Jaws, and this is predating our 80s because this is 1975. I've said this before. Nobody on that beach has any definition. Like, people go to the gym now. People get their teeth whitened. We talk about manscaping here.
Botox.
Yeah, Botox. People are getting facials.
Well, I mean, you have to take out like grooming things like hairy chest and bushy mustaches. That's just a fashion thing. The grooming thing is a fashion thing. To be hairless cats like most men are today is different than it was in the 70s.
Yeah, but fashion now is better, so that's part of what makes people look better now.
People always think their current fashion is better. It always cycles back around.
But when people go back, and like I see people going back to the way things were in the 90s or the 80s, whatever, it looks worse to me. I mean, that may be the trends, but
I think
the trends of now are better.
I think your holdup is that you think you were better looking in the 80s.
No. I think I'm better looking now. Even with a bald head, I think I'm better looking now than my high school or college pictures, 100%. I think I'm better looking now. But I'm telling you, you can't factor in like body hair and stuff. Like in society, at some point,
that was the norm.
Yeah,
but body hair also grows different.
At some point, it will
now
come back. At some point, it will be in fashion to support hair below the belt.
Well, I've heard.
I sure hope not.
No,
it was a rough time. It was a rough time, guys.
It was rough. It was a rough time, but I'm telling you, somehow it will come back for some reason. It'll be fashionable.
Not to that degree. It will never be the Thunderbush of the 70s.
I'm just telling you, LT, for a brief period of time, the underarm hair was coming back in Europe, and it got shut down on the runway.
I saw some in California.
Yeah.
And I think what you've got is
these are good-looking models.
You've got a group of feminists, though, that are like, I'm not going to shave for a man. That's what you get. Now, if you take the political aside, I mean, with common sense, they know they should shave their arms.
Yeah. when you look at our physiques, though.
Yeah, and really, Forrester's right. What does pubic hair have to do with this? I'm just talking about like the look.
Well, I was taking out body hair because people were talking about hairy chest and the mustaches of the 70s, the hair of the 70s. I mean, people in the chat room were going, style of hairstyle looks different. Like the hairstyle, the women all had that jello-looking haircut back in the 50s and 60s.
All these baseball players, these college baseball series, whatever, the World Series, just looking at it, everybody's got a mullet and everybody's got a mustache.
Yeah,
every pitcher has a
Morgan
mustache.
Morgan Wallen today. I mean, how many country singers look like Morgan Wallen or do look like Morgan Wallen?
That is straight from the late 80s, early 90s. Everybody's going back to the mullet.
20 years from now, we're going to look at Morgan Wallen and be like, what the hell is he doing walking around in a white T-shirt with that hair?
Well, I still said it, but look, it doesn't matter because he's Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
But, the mullet has come back a little bit. Jace is getting his mullet tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's
Can't
getting
wait to
one?
see that. Yeah, he's getting one. He's going to have a permed out mullet.
Oh, my.
Which I guess outside of Kenny Powers, I hadn't seen.
Well, good, that works out because I saw him Saturday and he was messing with his hair, putting his hat back on. And I said, hey, get a haircut.
Yeah, that kid
get
has
a little shaggy.
mass of hair.
He does.
Completely jealous. He has a mass. Like a hat just sits on top of it.
So he was growing it out to get a cut.
Yeah, he's going to do the fade with the mullet fade, I guess.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, but people are better looking today. I mean, there's a reason that people look younger. You did the pictures last week, Rocky. And that has something to do with it. When you got 29-year-olds that look like they're 60.
Yeah. Clark Gable at 39 looked like he was 65.
Yeah, that's a long, long time ago. We were going back to the 80s, so that's 50 years.
But it's just
went back
evolving.
a century.
It's just evolving.
Go vote there at Next Round Live. One more hour to go. We'll talk next to Scott Rabalais, who will be up with us on the other side to talk a little LSU football. Stay with us right here on TNR.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
67 of our viewers, listeners, and our panel up here, everyone that works here, we put together a preseason ranking. A couple of first place votes for LSU in that panel. One of them is Lance Taylor. Lance is going to tell us about Redmond, and then we're going to talk about LSU football, the expectations, the quick rebuild by Brian Kelly with Scott Rabalais, longtime SEC media member. He's standing by. Will join us after he tells us about Redmond.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smells. Vodka perfection. Redmond vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Scott joins us now. Scott Rabalais with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Scott, welcome in to the show first off. And when Brian Kelly gets the job, I guess it's unfair for me to call it a rebuild, right? Because the last couple of coaches have won national championships. How big do you think the project was when Brian Kelly got there to get LSU back to where they were last year? Scott, you may be muted there. Will you check and see if you're muted real quick? That may be on our end.
Is this better?
Yeah, that is better. I apologize. I'll set you up again. So how do you think the how much work did Brian Kelly have to do after he got there?
Yeah, a good bit. I mean, if you go back to the last year, the Ed Orgeron regime, they made it to the Texas Bowl, but they had a poor team when they a very thin team when they played Kansas State in the Texas Bowl. They had 39 scholarship players who were available, and he said they're still trying to catch up to a full 85. But they've had to hit the transfer portal hard, be very judicious about it, and that allowed them to improve quickly to get back to something resembling LSU. What we come to see in years past, as compared to 2020 and 2021, which obviously were pretty poor seasons by LSU standards. But yeah, the transfer portal, giveth and taketh away, but it's definitely helped LSU and Brian Kelly get back to this point where I think it could have taken several years under the old system to try to get to where they're regarded after winning the SEC West last year as a team that could win it again and at least be a dark horse candidate for the playoffs. I think if there was a 12-team playoff this year, I'd say they would very likely be in it. 4 teams, they've got a shot, but it is a rebuilding process of sorts, at least to restore, maybe a restoration project. There's something there underneath the surface, but it's just had to be restored and brought back to life.
How much of a pleasant surprise was Jaden Daniels? Watching him his freshman year with Herm Edwards at Arizona State, he seemed to live up to the hype coming out of high school, but then you really saw a lot of regression from him in a couple of years, and then he transfers to LSU, and I really didn't know what to expect. I didn't have huge expectations because my thought was he's very inconsistent in the Pac-12. Now he's going to come take on SEC defenses week in and week out, and I just don't see him being very productive. But you can make the argument he is the best quarterback coming back in the SEC this year.
Yeah, this time, last year coming out of spring practice, you're like, everybody's trying to figure out who's going to be the guy. Can this guy actually do it? Because, like you said, he showed some flashes at Arizona State, but it wasn't like it wowed you. A little like Joe Burrow, in that regard, if I may say so, coming out of Ohio State. It's like, well, they say he's talented, but is there really a lot there? He hasn't done that much. He probably was more accomplished than Joe, actually. And we kind of thought, Miles Brennan's going to be the guy. I mean, Miles Brennan, if you had to pick someone, he's the guy with the most experience and the most time in this system. But Jaden won through because I think Kelly and Mike Denbrock, the offensive coordinator, wanted someone who was a dual threat. quarterback who could really complement the running game, and he ended up leading the team in rushing last year. So 885 net yards, which is pretty darn good for a quarterback. Now when he started the year, he was a little too eager to take off and run instead of going through his progressions. That got better as the year went along, and I think what you can tell in spring practice, that continued to improve. I think he's developed into a very fine and mature quarterback. He doesn't have the strongest arm. Garrett Nussmeier, who they've persuaded to stick around as the backup, definitely has a stronger arm. But maybe that benefits Jaden in a way that he doesn't. Garrett thinks he can throw the ball through a mail slot. Jaden doesn't think that. He's going to try to, like I said, work through his progressions more. And if all else fails, although they will run sometimes, by design with him, if all else fails, he'll take off and run. So I think he's someone else. I think LSU's got a very good quarterback situation with him. If he gets hurt, and he got knocked around a couple of times last year, if he gets hurt, they can put in Nussmeier, who is, the likely heir apparent for 2024. So I think all in all, a very good situation. I agree with you. If he's not the best quarterback coming back in the SEC, he's right up at the top.
Scott Rabalais with us, the Baton Rouge Advocate. Nice enough to wear some shade of crimson with us today, joining us from Baton Rouge.
This is our company colors, actually. This is the Advocate. I'm wearing my Advocate shirt today.
That never shows up well for a home game in November. Then I guarantee you.
No, I don't wear it. I don't wear it when Ellis plays on the day.
Listen. Nick Saban left Michigan State, a West Virginia guy, been mostly up north, when he came to LSU, and he recruited just fine. Thank you. Looking back now, with all the success LSU's having recruiting in the portal, those that doubted whether Brian Kelly could recruit this region of the country seems a little asinine now, doesn't it?
Well, it does. I think. I mean, people talk about horses for courses, and they want to they want to assume that he's not the guy for the job. He's there, and he hadn't. He spent his entire he's from Massachusetts. He spent his entire coaching career all in colleges, coaching in the Midwest. And there was reason to wonder, about that. I think so. So it's it was a fair question, but I think good coaches, like good golfers, I might use a golf analogy since we just had the U.S. Open, can coach anywhere. And he did a couple of things that were key. He got Frank Wilson to leave the head coaching job at McNeese State to come back and be the associate head coach. Frank had been on some previous staffs here and is very well respected in recruiting circles in this region, not just Louisiana, but LSU likes to recruit from East Texas over into the Florida Panhandle and up into Georgia. And Frank's got a lot of contacts. Kept Brad Davis, the offensive line coach, who's also a Louisiana guy. I brought in Joe Sloan, who to be the quarterbacks coach, who was at Louisiana Tech before that. And now we have Cortez Hankton, who's the passing game coordinator, who was coaching at Georgia. So I think there's a lot of LSU. While Brian didn't have those ties, and he recruited down here some, when he was at Notre Dame. But while he didn't have the personal experience, he brought a lot of people in who do have that experience. And I think what plays well with him and the staff is they exude an air of confidence, not unlike Nick Saban and his staff. We know you want to get to the NFL, you want to do well in NIL and stuff like that. We have the tools to help you. And I think it's resonated with a lot of recruits and a lot of transfers.
I saw an interview with Brian Kelly. It might have been a month ago. It might have been 2 months ago. And he was asked about this current roster. And he said, look, we don't have the depth that you need in the SEC. But other than that, to me, he seemed really comfortable with the roster that is there right now, that he feels like if they do stay healthy, they could maybe have a special season.
Yeah, that's the key to LSU this year. That's kind of the watchword for them. I'm reminded of a saying, quote stick in your head when you're a writer that you kind of love. And I remember what they said about University of Miami's fan support is it's 4 miles wide and an inch deep, and I think that somewhat applies to LSU. That I think their frontline talent, their starting talent, is very comparable with the top, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, whoever you want to say are the top teams in the SEC going into 2023. They can't really afford a lot of injuries. I mean, their whole starting line, offensive line returns, but identifying some of the backups, trying to find that 8, 9-man group that you want to count on. That's been a little difficult. They continue to bring in running backs. They had some running backs coming back. Josh Williams, Noah Kane, John Emery still a question mark. Got Logan Diggs transfer from Notre Dame. They brought Trey Bradford back in, who's been this is like his 3rd stint at LSU, I believe. That kind of thing. The defensive secondary, they kind of stuck in a little bit of a loop with the secondary. Last year, they had guys who were 1-year players who weren't able to. They just couldn't stay the whole time. They just had to get what they could. Jarek Bernard Converse and Mickey Garner, Joe Falsha, and players like that, and they kind of stuck in that spot again a little bit. They had to kind of replenish with guys who maybe have a couple of years as transfers, but it's a new group you're bringing together. And of course, we know chemistry is so important in the secondary. So there are questions, obviously. But there's also some very good spots that you say this can make LSU a very potent team in 2023. The quarterback is one. The receiving core, I think, is very good. And it includes the tight ends. Taylor, the tight end, was very good as a freshman, and then the front 7 of the defense is way up there. So I think there are a lot of things pointing in LSU's direction. But boy, injuries are the big X factor, and they can't afford a lot of them to have the kind of season they hope to have.
It's interesting, and one thing I'll give Brian Kelly, he is really, really good at knowing what to say. Other than a early public relations snafu with that Southern accent at halftime of a basketball game, he seems like he said the right thing and done the right thing every step of the way. When he is out front on this scheduling thing, saying, I want to play Alabama, beating Nick Saban and playing Alabama, that's why I came to LSU. I wanted the opportunity to do that all the time. When he's saying things like that, I can only imagine, I'm not there, you are, that resonates with LSU fans. That would get me fired up to run through a wall for this guy. Is that the way that kind of talk is resonating with the LSU faithful?
Definitely. I mean, obviously, that was and beating Alabama was a big moment. He knows that they're not going to win every game, but I think he feels very confident that Alabama's not going to beat LSU 8 straight years, whoever it was, the streak they had before the 2019 win LSU had in Tuscaloosa. And obviously, this year's game is a tough one for both teams, being in Tuscaloosa again. But that kind of thing. I mean, you want the challenge. I mean, he didn't have to leave Notre Dame. He was successful there. They had stacked several 10-win years in a row. But I think there was a couple of things, that he regards this as the best. I mean, I think, if this one thing the many factions of fans in the SEC can agree is that they think it's the best conference in the country, and it's hard to argue. And he didn't feel like he could get to the very top level of winning a national championship at Notre Dame. Look, the guy has done everything. If he retired today, he would wind up in the College Football Hall of Fame. He won a couple of national championships at the Division III level. In Michigan, coaching there early in his career, and he won at Cincinnati, and he won at Notre Dame. And the one thing he hasn't done is won a national championship. You're like, well, you need to do that. Well, there's a lot of coaches who are in the Hall of Fame who haven't won a national championship. Bo Schembechler comes to mind. But he wanted this challenge, the last chapter of his career, to be something that could be really great. And look, I'm sure he feels pretty confident that, compared to the last 2 coaches here who won national championships, that he's a better coach than Les Miles or Ed Orgeron, and that he can get it done if they could. And you have to like his chances, given the depth of talent in this region that LSU likes to recruit, the way they've done in the transfer portal, and the fact that LSU is in a fairly unique position among SEC teams to be the dominant team program in a talent-rich state. That's something that Alabama and Auburn can't say. That's something Texas and Texas A&M can't say. It's something that Florida can't say. So there's a lot of things going forward, and I think he's resonated with them. But of course, winning is the biggest thing. I always said, people think, except Brian Kelly, is he going to be able to fit in here? If he wins, he will. If he won't, he won't. And I think he knows that as well as anyone.
Scott Rabalais, who is with the Baton Rouge Advocate, thank you for your time. I know it's a busy week for you. I won't share your personal business on the air, but I'm jealous of your destination, man. It's a dream vacation for me. So have a safe trip, and we'll talk to you when we get back. Will you be back in time for Nashville in 28 days? You'll be there for SEC Media Days?
Oh, yes. I sure will. Yeah, we'll be in Nashville at Media Days. That'd be pretty cool that's going to be in Nashville this year. I'm looking forward. I like that the SEC is moving it around a bit and to the different places. I imagine we're going to go to Texas. If Media Days is not in Dallas or Houston at some point, I'd be surprised with Texas and OU coming into the league. But yeah, the football season will start for us, right? It'll start in mid-July.
That's right.
That's kind of exciting.
Yeah, 28 days. All right, man. Safe travels. We'll talk to you soon. Scott Rabalais from The Advocate talking a little LSU football. LT's #1 team in the preseason rankings. He's with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. And the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. When we started this company a few years ago, Simpio was able to make that happen for us with the HR, but also payroll right out of the gate, everything. Never missed a paycheck.
Yeah, compliance, benefits, all the things that we don't want to deal with. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get on average. Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio today, 205-635-7467, or for more information, Simpio.com.
We'll talk more LSU football. LT's got 4 downs, all still get to today. It became official over the weekend. Kentucky will sell beer and seltzer at football and men's basketball games at Rupp Arena. So even though that's off campus slightly downtown, in Lexington, right there near the fountain at
I would
Rupp
have
Arena.
thought they already were.
I would too, but they have not.
Because I know the Yum Center, I know a different conference with Louisville, but they sell plenty of it.
So beer and seltzer for sale at Kentucky football and basketball this year. They did a test run in baseball. Speaking of baseball, we get going at the top of the hour elimination game for the Tennessee Volunteers and the Stanford Cardinal. That's 1 o'clock on ESPN tonight in the winners bracket, LSU and Wake Forest. All right, more LSU football, 4 downs, and others to come up. One other note here in this segment before LT tells us about Hemphill, best and worst of the weekend. Sean Payton, head coach of the Denver Broncos, his best of the weekend, he was father of the bride. That's Sean Payton and his daughter Megan Payton, who, by the way, is a sports journalist and handles sports betting in Los Angeles. Megan Payton, there on the left, is the bride. Sean Payton, head coach Broncos, former New Orleans Saints head coach. Her husband, Christopher Titan, I think is his name. He was a writer for Home Team, the Netflix series where the guy who played the King of Queens was the Kevin James was the ousted football coach, and it was loosely based on the year that Sean Payton was kicked out of the league for Bountygate, is what that Netflix series was based on.
I remember we talked about it, I think, on Trash, that there's a new series coming to Netflix. It's based on Sean Payton, and Kevin James is going to be the lead, and it seemed like a terrible casting job.
Yeah, so
I think it's an Adam Sandler thing, too.
That's right. Payton's wife is marrying Payton's daughter married Adam Sandler's brother-in-law. And they all met.
A tangled web we weave.
Yeah,
man,
crazy. Good-looking group there, family and father. What a great Father's Day weekend, right? Give away the daughter on Saturday, Father's Day on Sunday. Best of the weekend there from Sean, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services.
Yeah, Hemphill wants to remind you summer weather is here. Our friends at Hemphill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you enter the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, but they can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call today, Hemphill Services, 229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. It's hard to stop a train.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The city uniforms, the throwback uniforms, the Red Sox wore last night, I do not like them.
No, they're awful. I mean, they're just completely opposite of what the Red Sox wear.
Yeah, they're blue and yellow.
I mean, it works for UCLA.
Yeah, it looks like a UCLA uniform when they got the blue batting helmets with the B on it, like the Bruins. It looks bad. And in a Yankees series, they had them on for a doubleheader on Sunday.
That color scheme doesn't fit with the city of Boston either.
No, there's a reason why. You guys may know in the chat room. Maybe it goes back to one of the original teams before the Red Sox.
Oh, I think it was, yeah, because they've worn those before.
Yeah, a couple of times. It was a terrible. Their record with them is impressive, though, but they look bad. Because of the Boston Marathon, says Daniel.
Maybe. Okay, well, I'm watching that documentary right now on the bombings.
Yeah,
I just hadn't gotten through it.
Jack, one of my longtime buddies, they are bad, but it's a nod to the Boston Marathon, I believe. So the marathon uniforms, record's pretty good in them, and they look good yesterday against the Yankees, who continue. I mean, you talked earlier, Yankees and Dodgers, Padres, Astros, some big payrolls that aren't adding up right now. Mets.
I mean, Yankees. So this is interesting because I brought this up. I think the biggest surprises in baseball, and look, you've got some great stories out there. What your Rays are doing right now, what the Orioles are doing.
I just don't think our team's going to hold together long enough. We're 51 wins now. Lost the last 2 of the Padres. Tampa Bay didn't add any real big offensive weapons, and the offense was so bad last year. I think they've been out over their skis offensively through the first part of this season. I think they will wear out before we get to the end.
Here's what's crazy. I think most people believe the Braves were going to be good. But I bet there's some people, if you would have said, I'll give you 3 teams. You tell me who's going to win the World Series. Dodgers, Astros, Yankees. Can you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I took a stake where I had the National League East. I thought it'd be the Braves, Phillies, or the Mets to win the World Series. I liked one of those 3. And the Phillies have been pedestrian and the Mets have been bad. And the Braves, are, they've been good. They've been really good.
So that's what we've got on the table right now?
Yeah, I've got the National League East. Anybody in the East?
You've got what seems to be the best team in baseball right now with the Braves. My point was going to be, though, those other 3 teams that some people would have said are going to win the World Series, the Yankees 39-33 in 3rd place behind Tampa and Baltimore. Houston 39-33 in 3rd place behind Texas and the Angels. And the Dodgers 39-33 behind both Arizona and San Francisco. I mean, what were the chances those 3 teams would be in 3rd place in each of their divisions?
But if you're sitting there, if you're the Yankees, you don't think Tampa Bay and Baltimore will hold up the rest of the year. If you're Houston, you don't think that Texas and L.A. will hold up the rest of the year. And if you're the Dodgers, you don't think that the Diamondbacks and the Giants will hold up the rest of the year.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, if you ask me who's going to win the West, I still would go with the Dodgers. I don't know if I would take the Astros right now. And I sure as hell wouldn't take the Yankees. That's one thing I can almost guarantee. This is a Buster-only comment from last year, is the Yankees aren't going to win the East. Now, I think they get to the postseason, but I don't think they win the East.
We'll talk to Buster later this week on Thursday. Krusty 1001. Braves have the 2nd best overall record now behind my Tampa Bay Rays and still don't have several of their original starters. Before LT tells us about Harbin's Outdoors, back to our good-looking people conversation. Discussions going on about how good-looking people mate with good-looking people. Wouldn't society, if good-looking people were dating good-looking people only, reproducing with them, and ugly people were only reproducing with ugly people, wouldn't you just have the 2 extremes continuing to be the same number? Doesn't it take a bunch of people like me mating with Maggie, where ugly me dates outside of my pool with better-looking Maggie?
I mean, Lunsford said it like the pretty are getting better looking and the ugly are getting uglier.
Yeah, the spectrum's getting pushed further apart because, like you said, if all good people are doing this, it gets pushed over to one side, and all ugly people are doing this, it gets pushed over to one side.
But don't you think the reason, maybe, if you guys are right, that people are getting better looking, isn't it because that some good-looking people are mating with ugly people, making the medium better looking?
I was going to say 2 uglies can make a good-looking kid, though. It's happened before.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do, but if you can have one, on the downside and then one, that looks really good. I mean, randomly go to walk-ons tonight. You'll see a good-looking girl with kind of an average-looking guy.
Right, and that improves the gene pool at that point, right?
Yeah,
that's just called money. That's different. But like the thing is, we're also
like Laurel and you.
Right, because that costs so much money.
No, but money can make. I've always said this, Lunsford. Money can make people look better because girls can go out there. They can get their hair. They can pay $400 for a cut and color. They can get the nails done. They've got skin products. Get the right makeup. They got the right clothes.
See, that's what we see. It's like we're only judging things on what we see, like social media, TV shows, movies, stuff like that. Well, we're seeing more and more of the good-looking people and less of the not as good-looking people. So that's what we're judging things on. So that's why I say the spectrum's getting bigger, and it's overall better-looking people because we're seeing the better-looking people. Because when you watch TV now, it's better-looking people than it was 40, 50 years ago.
I'm reminded. I knew this girl that's just really very, very pretty, borderline gorgeous, and she's always made up. And I saw her one day without her makeup. And it is drastic. Like I could not recognize her. I was telling my wife, I was like, "That's so and so." She's like, "Yeah." Well, she has no makeup.
No, Rockstar. You got to tell us about Harbors. We're way behind in some of our sponsors.
You got to.
But I will. I got to get 3 in this segment. But Harbin's Outdoors. Before you do that, in college, my last year in college, I went, and a person that I saw every day for like 2 years, and for some reason I had to go by her dorm room real quick in summer, knocked on her door, and she came in a robe, and her hair was wet and did not have a stitch of makeup on. I asked that person where this girl's, I asked her by name, where is so-and-so? And she's like, "You're so funny." And
really not.
I mean, I was not joking at all. I could not tell it was her.
Were you able to pull out of the ditch on that one?
I did okay.
No, but I'm saying, like, when she was like, "Oh, you're so funny," then did it
Yeah.
click? Oh,
Yeah.
this is her without makeup.
Yeah. No, it did. I did pull out of the ditch. I didn't say, I'm sorry. No, I realized, oh, yeah.
See, I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, I give the girl a lot of credit for making herself look good with the makeup. I mean, that's effort.
It's
but
a lot
then
of
at
effort.
the same time,
But to be that drastic,
That
of being
drastic is
beautiful
tough.
to like from like a 9 to a 6.
but
with
you
no
could
makeup.
also role play. You could have sex with your beautiful wife, and then you could, have the old school last call. Nobody's at the bar, and I got the banged up one.
Do Gollum tonight. Do Gollum. Do Gollum.
Take off the makeup. Do migrant worker.
Hey, Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for all of your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
Gaston is Adam Sandler's brother-in-law, so nothing to do with the conversation. I may have misspoke there. Krusty says, yeah, it's one of the great episodes, the lighting episode of Seinfeld, Good Light, Bad
It's called
Light.
the alternate side, I think.
Yeah. That's a good episode. All right, UTSA is our 40 and 40 team today. So 4 Downs usually has a couple of UTSA or the team rankings in there, and then some celebrity birthdays. It's brought to you by our friends at Slice Every Day. Great lunch or dinner at Slice, 4 great locations around town. LT will tell you more about Slice right after we do the 4 Downs. Start us off with first down, Rockstar.
First down.
More total wins this year, the Dallas Cowboys or the Roadrunners of UTSA?
Underrated last year was the Dallas Cowboys. I think, 13 won the division. I think they were 11, 12 win team last year. UTSA can win 11. This is going to be a tie again. I think the Cowboys are good again, though. LT, I'm gonna edge Cowboys slightly here. More wins than UTSA in the regular season.
Yeah, just, the 17 games is what makes the difference here. I do think UTSA is going to be really good. Like, I wouldn't be blown away if they're 12-0. I think they could win at Tennessee. I think more than likely, though, they're probably 10-2. And the Cowboys, with all that talent, I could see them go 10-7. But I'd lean Cowboys, although I think Texas San Antonio will have a better overall year, if that makes sense.
11-6 will be a pretty average year for that roster in Dallas. It'll be a little less than what they did last year, I think. Didn't they win 12 last year?
Yeah, I mean, if they're 11-6 and Texas San Antonio's 10-2, who had the better year?
UTSA did.
Probably so.
Depending on what the Cowboys do.
I don't know.
in the
I've got a
playoff.
big expectation for both.
Yeah, I do too, but I'm going to go slightly Cowboys here because of more games.
Second down.
More total touchdowns this year, Frank Harris or Dak Prescott?
32 passing last year for Frank Harris. I assume he ran a few in.
Yep.
Dak probably had 38 and ran a few in, 40 and ran a few in.
I didn't check Dak's.
Yeah. That's going to be really close there, too. I probably would go slight advantage. New rules in college football, clock's going to be a little bit faster. I'm going to go slight edge Dak Prescott.
I am going to go Frank Harris here.
Really? So you'll go Frank Harris?
Yep.
I mean, that's interesting. I'm always wondering if maybe Lunsford, he stepped out again. We'll check in the commercial break on what Dak did. But, the extra games help there, too. And just throw in an extra touchdown every game after that, that helps out the NFL team, too. Slight advantage Dak. Let's do third down.
Third down.
Dirk Nowitzki, 45 today. Ultimately, better career, Dirk or Luka Doncic when it's all said and done?
Well, how long can you be the young guy? Luka's been that guy for the last few years, right? And,
he has.
But time keeps ticking along. Dirk's won one, right? He won a championship.
Dirk has won a championship, and Dirk has also won an MVP.
I don't know if Luka will ever win a championship.
They're in their prime. The Lakers need one player. Who are you taking?
Oh, gosh. It's so tough.
Well, it depends on what you have on the roster, but Dirk would be my answer.
I mean, Luka is so like Dirk. I remember Clay coming on and saying he's the best white player in the NBA, the history of the NBA, because everybody says Larry Bird is that guy. I still don't know if Dirk was that guy or not, or if it's Larry Bird. I probably would say it's still Larry Bird.
I would too.
Yeah, Larry battled injuries that Dirk didn't. Dirk was incredible, but really got better with age. And Luka's only 24, and Luka this year averaged 32, 9, and 8. So I'm going to say ultimately, this is crazy because, what is it, bird in hand? That's what you got with Dirk, already an MVP and a world championship. But I'm going to say Luka.
4th down.
Lou Gehrig would have been 120 years old today. That'd have been a great run, right?
Yeah, great run.
Better career, though, Lou Gehrig or Joe Montana?
I feel like you have something to back it up Lou Gehrig here because it seems like an easy answer.
Does it really?
Joe Montana was a 4-time Super Bowl champion.
When you say Lou Gehrig, I only think of the speech.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I think of.
I mean, he was cut short. But Lou Gehrig, hit streak.
That was DiMaggio.
Games played streak.
Games played.
The
Iron
streak.
Horse. No, but you look at this. So he won 6 championships.
Yep.
It's more than Montana. He won 3 MVPs. I don't know how many Montana won. Everybody's going to remember Lou Gehrig because, you've got, one of the most horrific and cruel diseases out there, ALS, that really is named after him. So people remember the speech. It was the Gettysburg of sports speeches. But I think I would almost lean Lou Gehrig here.
You don't get a lot of greatest outfielder, greatest hitter, greatest whatever with Lou Gehrig, though. And Joe Montana still pops up in conversation about the greatest quarterback in the NFL, so I'll go Montana for me. And that is 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
Yeah, get in, see the Bajaya brothers, again, created by the late Jeff Bajaya, just a great guy. They continue his legacy, his brothers, Jason and Chris, at all 4 locations, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, it's local ingredients. For more information, go online, go to slicebirmingham.com.
All right, the conversation continues more on LSU when we come back. We talked to Scott Rabalais. I wanted to get what you thought about what Scott was telling us about what is going on down in Baton Rouge with the program that you become very fond of here in the last couple of years since Brian Kelly got there. By the way, Sunday night, 6 o'clock, Protective Stadium, theusfl.com for tickets, theusfl.com for tickets. Playoff game in Birmingham, New Orleans and Birmingham, 6 o'clock Sunday night on Fox. But a chance for you to go there and see playoff football with the Stallions, theusfl.com. More college football when we come back. Tell us about our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa before we take this break.
Yeah, look, hopefully you had an opportunity to take care of Dad this weekend for Father's Day, and one of the great things you could have gotten him was a gift card from Woodhouse Day Spa. But guess what? They've got them 24/7 online, so you can order that special person in your life, the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa. It's the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Again, order that special person gift online, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Buy them 24/7 online, or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Casey and Stuart the Next Round sent you.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
I got a little something off of, I'll ask LT, it's going to be a tough question, but off of Wyndham Clark on whether or not you want to go to, say, mybookie.ag and bet whether or not he ever wins another major or not. I got another athlete or coach I'll throw into that category here as well. Mybookie.ag, that's the place to go to see MyBookie and how they make life simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay with our friends at mybookie.ag. Sign up today at MyBookie. Use the promo code NEXTROUND to secure a first deposit bonus up to $1,000. It's simple. You deposit $200, you play instantly with $300. You see how that works? Up to $1,000 just by using the promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. That's next round. Whether you're a diehard or a casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. Just very simple. If I said Wyndham Clark, winner of yesterday's U.S. Open, does he ever win another major? Yes or no?
He's 29 years old. I am going to say no just because there's so many great players out there. I just think it's so difficult to win. You know, it's difficult to win one, but then you're asking to win two. But everybody swears by this guy.
I would go no, too. I would go no, too. Sean McVay has how many Super Bowls?
He's been to two. He's won one.
He's won one. If I said Sean McVay never wins another Super Bowl as a head coach, yes or no?
I am going to say yes, he will win one.
I would say no, and his life's getting a little bit more complicated. This from his social media post today. Sean McVay and his wife, Veronica, happy to announce on Sunday they're expecting a new baby boy.
You think it's going to be ugly or beautiful?
That'll be a good-looking kid. That will be a good-looking kid. You say it's going to get more complicated. I mean, it's not.
Oh, you're right. He's already got a dog. What's the difference between a dog and a baby?
I was telling Scott she got a little Fran Dresser in her.
Fran Dresser, when she was young, was really good-looking. Yeah, she does.
Congratulations to your man, though, right? He's got a little baby boy in the way.
But I heard Rick Neuheisel this morning say it best. There are two types of coaches' wives. Great wives and ex-wives. And he talked about how his wife, Susan, raised their boys because, he was coaching all the time. And, I mean, look, I'm sure she's not going to have a problem. You know why? Because they're going to have a nanny. Sean McVay makes $10 million a year. So the nanny will do the heavy lifting. The nanny will do the wake up in the middle of the night, the feedings in the middle of the night. she'll get to play with her kid a couple of hours a day, and Sean will be, working on football. Man, he will.
I love it. She'll get to play with her kid a couple hours a day.
And look, he's in a good spot. I don't think it's going to be necessarily with the Rams done away, but Sean McVay is going to be a hot commodity for a long time. I mean, look, you had a down year last year, but when you lose as many starters, including your starting quarterback, and arguably the MVP from last year, midway through the season, things are going to go south.
I just wonder, LT, if you make that kind of money, $10 million a year, at some point you can just shut it down really quick.
God, he's got a good-looking pool, too.
And just go into broadcasting. Well, LT, it could be a hole could be a dirt pool back there, and you'd think it was fantastic because it was Sean McVay's house.
That's not true.
Is that just the pool house? That brown that brown building is just the pool house?
That's the tool shed.
Yeah.
Probably, but look at the landscaping.
Oh, it's grass right up to it. That is beautiful, right?
Yeah.
But the actual pool, is the actual pool itself any better than your pool? No.
It's wet just like yours.
It's a hole in the ground.
I've got a cool pool, no doubt.
I
was actually texting with Jeremy and break. I've still got some landscaping things I need to touch up.
Yeah. If you go grass all the way up, but see, then somebody's got to cut the grass and not get grass clippings in your pool.
I don't want grass. I've just got to get my Mexican stone back out there, and I've got to do got a couple of things I need to do.
Yeah, well, happy Father's Day. What a great time to announce it. Sean McVay is going to be a father. He and his wife, Veronica, there. Big news there.
I was hoping to become a father again yesterday to a Vizsla. No, I was just... Whew.
I never know. You've in this calendar year, you've had like 3 major, really in-depth breakouts here on the show, and I never get a heads up on any of them. And I thought for a second there was something you were about to break on me.
Well, I got a vasectomy 12 years ago.
Miracles happen.
Hence, that's how the surprise would have started.
No, I just thought, Leighton and Jack, I think, were messing with me a little bit, and I thought I might. I didn't want a puppy though. And again, I'm threading a needle here, and it almost worked out for me twice last week. But I am looking for a rescue Vizsla 1 to 4 years old. So if anybody can help me out there, I'll be indebted to life. I'm not afraid to throw some cash your way if you guys can help it out, because these rescues.
You're the worst negotiator when it comes to some things. You're so good at some, but right now I'm not afraid to throw some cash at you. There are people like Brown who are listening right now who may have a Vizsla 1 to 4 going. Oh, he's not afraid to throw cash. Good old puppy in the corner there.
No,
I'm not that attached to him. For a certain amount of cash, I'll get rid of him.
Rescues are almost always free. So I'm just saying, like, somebody might not care to go to the trouble of trying to help me find a rescue, but if you can help me find a rescue of a Vizsla 1 to 4, all over it.
Chris H., LSU fan, bigger crush, LT McVay or Dunaway Saban?
That's Dunaway Saban, not even close.
It's not even close as LT McVay.
That's not true. He is one of the best coaches going right now, but I wouldn't say he's the best coach.
Well, Nick Saban is.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, I don't sit around.
Do you dream about Saban?
I have. He's come in and saved me when the church was being destroyed by a busload of animals. But if I saw Saban's pool, I guess we just call that Lake Tuscaloosa, right? Saban's pool is just Lake Tuscaloosa.
You would say that's a good-looking pool.
Yeah, probably so.
You even took up for Saban's boxing form earlier, which was terrible.
What's it called though? It's
virtual reality.
Virtual reality boxing wasn't that bad. You don't even you've got your eyes covered. You don't even know what you look like when you're doing that.
Yeah, but you still.
Okay, when we come back, LT will get blindfolded and he will show us virtual boxing here from his daughter Kristen Saban's. We'll just blindfold you and then you act like you're boxing something and tell me you're going to have better form.
Here's what I'll do. I'll blindfold me and I'll box you on camera if you want to do that.
No, I don't. Because you'll not take it. You'll not take it as a spoof.
Let's start our own version of cockfighting.
Hey, you see that Rams?
Pants on or pants off,
It's blindfolded. It doesn't count.
Part of the show being brought to you by Odie's, and then we'll come back with the final segment.
Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Remember, every Wednesday we do the Odie's Team Trivia. It's me and Rocky. Will Haver will start about 8 o'clock. But if you're just looking for a big-time lunch or dinner, it's a great place to go hang out inside or outside on that patio. Major League Baseball, College World Series, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Again, get in. Birmingham Institution, Crestline Village. It is Odie's Tavern.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit paulwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
New York Butcher Shop gives us our final thoughts of the day. Before you tell us about New York Butcher, Richard says Brown has been gone one day. LT's already trying to put his hands on Dunaway.
That's not
in a
true.
good way, not in a loving way either.
You
Richard
wanted to put me in a blindfold. The difference is in the virtual reality, he's like looking at something he's trying to hit. So just me in a blindfold, shadow boxing, a little more difficult.
No, you're going to look. You're going to be able to fake it better than him trying to actually hit something that's not there. He's trying to hit a target. You're able to fake it, and you'll be able to.
Such a weird thing to defend.
It really is. But yeah, here's the thing though. But if you actually were there, I wouldn't be faking it. That's all I'm saying.
You would not. You would not. Tell us about New York Butcher. Where I got by there. Picked up a couple bottles of Four Graces the other night.
Yeah,
to take over to a cookout.
Great selection of fine wines. And again, if you buy a case, 15% off. Also gift cards. But the New York Butcher Shop, the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you. Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
People continue the discussion over there. Right now, the poll question, are people better looking now than they were in the 1980s? LT's belief, 64% of you agree that people are better looking now than they were in the 1980s. And not just because of the grooming and the styles and the fashion. They just think people are better looking now than they were in the 80s.
I think as people get better looking, the more better looking people are going to mate with better looking people. And I don't know if we're going to be here in 1,000 years, but your top supermodel in 1,000 years, if it continues on this trend, is going to look pretty good as long as she's not working from home.
That gets us to the thing I teased, because we may only have AIs, artificial intelligence, in the future. That may be our supermodels of the future. The Grammys announcing over the weekend that only human creators will be up for the award, the Grammys, and that songs, awards for songwriting have to be mostly written by humans. So they've left it open for some of it to be AI written.
How the hell do you verify that?
I don't know.
I guess you could get somebody's computer records. Because, again, I brought this up. If I was going to lose the bracket challenge, I threw in country music song, and it wrote one for me in literally 10 seconds. And it wasn't bad. It was better than some of the stuff that's out there.
So you did a drive-by on Brown paying off his bracket challenge. You were going to do a 10-second AI song, and that was going to pay off yours?
So
I was going to be the only one that actually did a legitimate hard penalty?
Of course.
Yeah. By the way, I was going to have to record the video, sing it in front of somebody, but I actually did the AI after the challenge. So that's when I came in here and talked about the first time I saw it. What is the app called?
Chat something. What is it? ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Chase says, ever see pictures of the beaches in 70s and 80s? Now look at Gulf Shore, Alabama today. Compare. Better looking now, says Chase with an AI SE over there. That's our show today. Thanks for being with us. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time on Tuesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.